Magic Conquered. Rise of the Arcanist. Book 7 in the More Than Magic series. Written by Elizabeth Kirke. Narrated by Nicholas Cain and Amanda Day.
This audiobook is a Mercs with Mikes production.
Chapter 1. Connor.
Considering it was supposed to be a special interest meeting, the night hadn't been at all interesting so far. In the stool next to me, Fick arched his back, in a satisfying feeling stretch, before sitting back down, curling his tail around his legs.
Do you want another?
Said the wizard behind the bar.
Last call.
Already? I asked in surprise.
Things are getting started soon,
he said.
Well, it's about time,
replied an impatient voice. A vampire woman sat down on the stool on my other side. Her nostrils flared in the direction of my coffee as the bartender slid it across the counter to me, followed by a bowl of cream for Fick, and my bill. The silly little musketeer logo at the top of the paper felt really out of place considering why I was here.
Let me get one of those,
the vampire woman said.
How many shots of blood did you get?
3, I told her. She flashed me a look that was part flirtatious, part challenging, then smiled at the bartender.
I'll have 4. Olivia,
she added, extending a hand to me. Connor.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Olivia looked around, and after a moment commented.
I don't know about you, but I was expecting less humans.
I nodded. I had assumed that as well, seeing as the restaurant was hosting a group of like-minded non-humans this evening, who were feeling dissatisfied with the way witches and wizards ran things. I glanced over at the wizard behind the bar. It was interesting that he seemed to have an idea that something was going on here, but he couldn't have known what we were meeting about. Surely, he wouldn't have been content working here, knowing the bar was hosting people who didn't want anything to do with him. Truth be told, I didn't personally feel that slighted by humans. I did get the occasional side-eye for being a vampire, but it didn't bother me that much. I was more interested in the relaxed feeding laws and hunting games that this group promised. I didn't feed without permission, and I stayed registered with Mez. But it would have been nice not to stress about it so much. I also couldn't deny the idea of getting to hunt like vampires were meant to was somewhat appealing. I killed a person when I was first turned, an act that left vampires with a permanent violent streak. Any more than 3 kills during the turning period, and the vampire was reduced to little more than an animal. I was fortunate to only have killed once. It wasn't as hard for me to resist the urges. But I had my moments where I felt less than, well, human. That side of me was thrilled by the idea of a more exciting feeding once in a while. I paid the bill and sat while Olivia enjoyed her coffee, sipping my own while Fick lapped at his cream. After he was done, he started cleaning his paws, then stopped and looked around curiously. Hey, it's really starting to thin out in here, he commented. Sure enough, there were only a handful of people left, and most of them were sitting by themselves, with the exception of a cluster playing darts.
No more humans,
Olivia said, sniffing the air. I did the same, and couldn't detect any fresh human scents. Even the bartender seemed to have gone. The door opened. I glanced toward it and watched as a vampire walked in, with a large raven perched on his shoulder, piercing black eyes scanning the room. They had my attention immediately. The vampire was flanked by a fire elemental woman and a male Dampier. The group looked around the bar as if they were sizing it up.
You think this is it?
Olivia asked. I hope so. I studied the vampire as he swaggered up to the karaoke stage. His eyes fell on us, and he smiled, likely having heard the conversation.
Welcome, friends,
he said.
My name
is Victor. I'm here on behalf of our esteemed leader, Reeve, who was unable to make it to the event this evening." There were a few mutters from some who were annoyed that he was here instead of Reeve. There was no doubt that Victor could hear them, but he seemed unbothered, and merely stood clasping his hands, waiting for silence, which quickly fell. Victor cleared his throat. "I see no reason to mince words. You have all been invited here tonight because you have shown an interest in what we are doing. You're here because you, like me, are tired of hiding. Tired of feeling like the witches and the wizards do not take your best interests to heart. Tired of denying your true nature. But we all know the truth. We are stronger than they are. We are faster than they are. And we outnumber them. It is time we took our rightful place at the top of the food chain. Together we will create a new world, in which non-humans are free to do as we please." "You," Victor pointed in the direction of a werewolf and a were-tigress. "You like to hunt?" They both nodded. "How would you like the opportunity to hunt?" He smiled, and his fangs extended. "Humans." The were-tigress grinned viciously, baring her teeth. But her wolf companion looked slightly uneasy. "In the new world we create," Victor continued, "we will do just that. Wares can hunt as they please. Vampires," he gestured towards us, "will feed with impunity. You won't need permission or limits. Or mez," he added with a sneer. "Those of you who join us will reap the benefits and find a place at the very top of our new society. All we ask is that you help us on our way there. Now, we would like to invite you to come to our castle this evening. There you will meet our future brothers and sisters. Drinks, food, blood, and entertainment will, of course, be provided." Victor paused and waited as everyone considered the invitation. When I heard the rumors about Reeve and his vision, I expected the hunting to be more like a game with willing humans. Victor made it seem more sinister somehow. The way he said no limits to feeding chilled me. I exchanged an uneasy glance with Fick.
I'm in,
Olivia said, draining the last of her coffee. Maybe I was just overthinking it. I was still curious. Checking it out wouldn't hurt. "If you wish to come," Victor said, "please, follow me. If you do not wish to join us, however, I request you take an exit survey of sorts with my colleague, Singe." The fire elemental woman smiled and sat at a table.
please.
She said,
Come sit with me if you do not wish to join Victor this evening.
The werewolf woman stepped forward.
I don't think this is, quite what I'm looking for.
Next to me, Olivia scoffed quietly. "Very well," said Victor. "I wish you all the best. Please, wait with Singe." The werewolf nodded to him.
Nice meeting you.
She said softly to the were-tigress. Then she crossed the room to sit with Singe. "Anyone else?" Victor asked. Nobody moved. He nodded in satisfaction and strode toward the front door. "In that case, please, come with me,"
Well,
Olivia said.
I'm going. This sounds like fun to me.
"Wonderful," said Victor. "What is your name?"
I'm Olivia,
she said.
and this is my new friend, Connor.
I smiled awkwardly. "Will you be joining us, Connor?" asked Victor. I shrugged and glanced at Fick. He switched his tail, and I knew he was letting me decide. Well, why not? We walked out of the restaurant with the others and into the parking lot. The 7 of us stood in a small semicircle facing Victor and his Dampier companion. "Let's introduce ourselves, shall we? As I said, I am Victor, and this is Trill." His raven dipped his head and cawed. The Dampier next to him said,
"I'm Anthony."
I'm Kiana,
said the were-tigress. Our eyes turned to a vampire next to her. "I'm Joe," he said.
"Flint,"
said the next person, a stone elemental. The water elemental after Flint nodded. "I'm Delta."
"I'm Sam,"
said the last in line, a second Dampier.
"Very good,"
Victor said.
"Well, now that we're all friends, I say it's time we begin the next step of our journey together."
As he spoke, a bus rumbled up into the parking lot, and I swallowed nervously. This was starting to seem like a little more than I signed up for.
"Now,"
Victor continued,
"I would like you to consider tonight your first step toward a new life, with a new purpose. There will be no contact with the outside world."
Anthony stepped forward and set a wooden crate on the ground in front of Victor. Victor extended a hand toward the crate.
"I ask that you put everything you have in this. Your wallet, your cell phone, anything else you may be carrying. You will not need money nor your phone, and you will not need your identification. Tonight you are joining a new family, and leaving your old one behind. That is, of course,"
he added with an unsettling smile,
"if you do wish to join us after tonight." "What if we change our minds?" asked Joe, the other vampire. "Then your belongings will be returned to you, and the bus will take you right back here, and we will part ways,"
said Victor smoothly. Olivia marched forward and dumped her things into the crate. One by one, the rest of us did the same.
"I don't really like this,"
said Sam, the Dampier.
"I mean, I'm interested in what Reeve has to say, but do you wish to leave? It's certainly not too late to change your mind,"
said Victor. Sam nodded.
"I think so."
Victor looked at the Dampier who had arrived with him.
"Anthony, please escort our friend inside to speak with Singe."
Sam nodded and followed Anthony back into the restaurant.
"Anyone else?"
Victor asked. Head slowly shook, and he smiled.
"Well then, shall we begin our adventure?"
Victor boarded the small bus first and stopped near the front, blocking the aisle. I waited a moment, but it became clear he wanted all of us sitting together, so I sat down with Fick on my lap. The water elemental slid in next to me. Then Joe took the third seat in the row. In front of us, I watched Olivia, followed by the stone elemental, and then the were-tigress, settle into their seats. Once we were all settled, Victor sat with his raven perched on the headrest. And we waited a few minutes for, as he put it, the rest of our companions. It wasn't long before Anthony and Singe returned and joined him. The bus rumbled to life, and we started on our way. After a couple of minutes of silence, I heard the were-tigress speak.
I'm sorry. I forgot your names already. I'm Kiana.
"Flint."
Olivia.
The were-tigress turned around in her seat and smiled at us. Since I had easily overheard the brief exchange, I returned her smile. "I'm Connor. This is Fick," I said. "Joe. Delta." Kiana reached over the seat and shook our hands, then turned around and sat back down. There was another brief silence, and then we all started making small talk. Our topics varied from wondering about Reeve, to how far we were going, to mundane things. Nobody said anything about what we were all doing here. I supposed it would be a bit strange to have a conversation about why we were trying to join a secret group. Talking about hunting humans and disrupting the status quo. Joe was mostly quiet, seemingly content to sit and listen, like me. Delta spent most of the conversation hanging over the seat to talk to the people in front of us. He had a funny accent that sounded Australian or something. Kiana didn't seem to enjoy sitting in silence. But once she successfully got people talking, she tended to sit and listen. Flint, unsurprisingly, was mostly silent as well. So the conversation was mainly dominated by Olivia and Delta. The bus sped along, and I had absolutely no idea where we were going. We occasionally fell into silence, and then someone, usually Kiana, started talking again. Eventually the quiet stretched on, and I was starting to feel a bit nervous about how far we were going. How long was this bus ride going to last? It had been nearly 2 in the morning when we left the restaurant, and based on my sense of the upcoming sunrise, it had to be after 3 by now. It wasn't any later than I usually stayed up, but I was starting to feel tired and bit back a yawn. Everyone else was still, and I heard a couple of other yawns. Vic was already asleep, which only made me feel more tired. I was halfway through another yawn when Delta's head dropped heavily onto my shoulder. I finished yawning. Do you mind? He didn't move. Hey, I said, giving him a little push. Delta sat up, shaking his head vigorously and blinking. Wow, what the? Joe leaned over, eyeing him in concern. Are you okay? Yeah, Delta said. I just suddenly feel really... He yawned, and his head lowered again before he snapped it back up. Ah, shit. Someone slipped us a sleep. His eyes closed again. He seemed to fight it for a moment, then slumped over without finishing his sentence. It didn't matter. I knew immediately what he was trying to say. Someone had given him a sleeping potion. No. I realized an alarm as I fought back yet another yawn. Delta was right. Someone gave us a sleeping potion. If Delta was already out, we'd be right behind him. Some potions affected water elementals faster than other kinds of magics. I looked up and met Joe's eyes. I could tell he had reached the same conclusion as I had. He started to stand, then dropped as if his legs had given out. I fought to stay awake, but could feel my eyes closing. The next thing I knew, someone was clapping. I sat up, feeling somewhat foggy. What happened?
Hello, everyone. Wake up,
Victor said with a happy laugh.
Looks like you all fell asleep.
All around me, everyone else was waking up and mumbling. Delta sat up with a jerk, rubbing his eyes, and I suddenly remembered what happened. Didn't anyone else realize we had been drugged? Fix sat up on my lap, stretching as he did. How long had we been out? My only guide was the sunrise, which was hours away. More than that, it felt like the sun was only just setting. How was that possible? Had we been asleep for almost an entire day?
Come on, follow me,
Victor said, still seeming amused. If it had been a sleeping potion, it clearly hadn't affected him. We followed him, all stretching. I still felt groggy from the sleeping potion, and knew the effect would last a while. As I stepped off the bus, I looked around and took in our surroundings. We were standing in what looked like a large courtyard of a castle. It was really cold. Much colder than New York in early summer. I shivered, both from the cold and the unease of wondering just how long we were knocked out. I turned around to see that the bus had driven in through a large archway, complete with massive wooden doors and an actual portcullis, which was slowly lowering into place. It slid down with a sort of final-sounding clang, locking us in. The 6 of us stood huddled in the courtyard, waiting for Victor. I could sense the cold through Fick's feet, and bent to pick him up. Did we sleep through the entire damn summer or something? Delta demanded, examining his fingers. I knew it was cold, but if a water elemental was feeling it this quickly, it had to be more than just cold. It had to be well below freezing.
Welcome,
Victor said.
Follow me. Lord Reeve and your new family are very excited to meet you.
We all followed him through a large arc and down a stone corridor, complete with burning torches.
Interesting ambiance,
Olivia said, joining me. That's one way to put it, I said. We went up a large flight of stairs, and then through another doorway into, of all things, an arena. I looked around in surprise. There were rows of seats all around it, stretching up to the ceiling. It was easily big enough to hold 1,000 people, although it wasn't anywhere close to full. There were probably around 100 people, all sitting in the front few rows of the sections across the arena from us. Rather than a basketball court or a hockey rink, the large middle section was just an empty field of dirt. "What is this, medieval times?" asked Delta. "Will there be jousting? Which night are we rooting for?" His comment was met by several chuckles, and I had to laugh myself. It did remind me of the popular medieval-themed restaurant, which included dinner and a live jousting show. I cast a look down at the dirt arena, and honestly wouldn't have been surprised if knights did come parading out. We were ushered to a row of empty seats with a long table in front of them, and sat. "You'll be served soon," said Victor, sitting down at the end of it. I could tell the crowd on the other side of the arena were checking us out, but there were too many people all talking at once for me to clearly overhear any conversation. I did hear several comments that sounded like people were sizing us up, trying to determine which of us were the better fighters. It was a sentiment I heard them repeat often enough that it didn't inspire very much confidence. My little group was mostly quiet, with a few scattered comments here and there about the strange place we had found ourselves in, and, like me, wondering what was going to happen. I leaned forward and looked up and down the row at the only familiar faces in the room, then noticed Victor had vanished, although his raven was still perched on the same chair. Then, everyone fell silent. "Over there," Flint said. 3 people were walking along the section where no one else was seated, on the other side of the arena. One was Victor. They stopped at the short side of the oval, and the man raised his hands. "Welcome," he boomed. He was wearing a rather elaborate, almost gaudy outfit, like something out of an old Dracula movie. "Did I say medieval times? Clearly this is Transylvanian times," said Delta. Joe groaned, but Olivia burst out laughing, earning several glares from vampires across the room. Victor was still wearing normal street clothes, but there was a woman standing off to the side, head bowed submissively, wearing a simple brown dress. Her outfit stood out solely because it was somehow too plain. "Welcome," said the man again, spreading his arms in our direction. "I am Reeve, and I am pleased you have found your way to my castle." Delta snorted, and Olivia giggled, this time more quietly. "It is my hope," Reeve continued, "that we can all come together as more than just friends. I hope you will think of me as your brother. Here you can be free to be yourselves and look out for one another. Together we will navigate our way into a new world with our ideals at the forefront." He paused. "If after tonight you do not wish to be here, then you may by all means return to your homes. Regardless of what you choose, I do hope you enjoy yourself this evening. Thank you for being willing to come and give us a try." I narrowed my eyes. He was not at all what I expected Reeve to sound like. Honestly, he sounded more like a medieval times MC than a vampire gathering an army with aspirations of hunting humans and breaking all the rules. He stepped back and sat down, then clapped his hands. Several doors around the arena opened, and people came streaming in, carrying trays of food and drinks. All of them were dressed in plain brown dresses or pants and shirts, just like the woman with Reeve. One of them walked down the aisle in front of our row with a large smile. The delicious scent of fresh witch and wizard blood wafted from goblets on her tray. A moment later, I caught her scent and realized in surprise that she was a witch.
I thought
Olivia said loudly enough for her to hear.
that this was supposed to be non-humans. "I work here, my lady,"
said the witch with a smile, setting down a goblet of blood in front of Olivia. "You work here?" Joe asked, looking skeptically at the goblet of blood she handed him. The witch smiled.
"Yes, in exchange for being turned."
"What?" I cried. I couldn't stop myself. The witch shrugged and smiled at me.
"That's our arrangement. We work here, and when we've proved our loyalty to Reeve, he'll turn us. Instead of serving his army, we'll be permitted to join it."
"I still don't like it,"
Flint grumbled. The witch wrinkled her nose briefly at the stone elemental in annoyance, but quickly turned it into a practiced smile. If she had worked here any amount of time, I had a feeling she put up with this a lot.
If it makes you feel any better,
She said patiently.
we've given up our wands. You what?
Olivia demanded.
We're here because, like Reeve, we've realized that non-humans are superior to us. The only way to become non-humans is to be turned, and so
She shrugged.
we've put aside our wands as a demonstration that we are willing to give up our power for a chance at more. When the time comes, we will be turned.
She set down the rest of her drinks, then turned and strode away. Does anyone else think this is really weird? Delta asked. A little bit, yeah, I said. I sensed agreement from Fick as the others nodded. I looked around at the other witches and wizards, busy serving food and drinks across the arena, and wondered if they had all given up their wands in exchange for the promise of being turned. Delta was right. This place was extremely strange. Reeve stood and clapped his hands, then raised them high. "Let the entertainment begin," he declared. Holy shit. Are we really getting jousting? Delta laughed. I swear to God, if they actually joust, Joe mumbled. It was not jousting. It ended up being a lively game of some sport that looked like it was a hybrid of soccer, rugby, and just plain wrestling in the dirt. I was still trying to figure out the rules, assuming there were any, when the game ended. One by one, the people on the other side of the arena began to clap. It was a slow, rhythmic clapping that sent a chill up my spine as it filled the air. They gradually clapped faster and faster until Victor stood and held up a hand for silence. Where had Reeve gone? He must have slipped away during the game.
Yes, yes,
Victor said loudly.
Time for the main event. Since many of you are joining us for the first time this evening, I think we should take a moment to refresh everyone on the rules and why we do this.
How much do you want to bet the first rule is, we don't talk about it? Asked Delta.
I bet it's the second rule, too,
Joe agreed dryly. I chuckled, but my amusement quickly died as a group of witches and wizards appeared at the far end of the arena, dragging along a rack lined with every kind of weapon imaginable. Oh, fuck. Well, I was joking, said Delta.
What is this?
Kayana was leaning forward, looking fascinated. I swallowed nervously, studying the rack. It was covered with knives and swords, spears and stakes, and even crossbows. A couple of wizards with an identical rack appeared on the other end of the arena, dragging it into place opposite the first one.
During your time here,
Victor said, raising his voice even louder over the sound of the rack squeaking and clanging into place,
you will participate in a number of fights.
A chill went up my spine.
While you will also spend a great deal of your time enjoying yourselves with our many amenities, do not forget that first and foremost, our goal is to bring our vision to the world. As we attempt to do that, we will be opposed, with force. If we want any chance of victory, we will need an army. That is what we're building here. These fights will keep your skills, both magical and physical, well honed. They also serve to determine which of you are the strongest, the best, and, eventually, will help place you in leadership positions within our ranks.
Was this some sort of sick joke? Hazing the new guys, maybe?
You are witnessing the fight this evening so that you know exactly what you are getting into,
continued Victor.
If you do not have any desire to participate in these combat trials, then I highly suggest you leave. If, however, you see the value of what we are trying to do here, and you truly believe in our vision, then you are invited to stay. When the fights conclude this evening, you will be escorted to your rooms, where you will spend the night. I ask that you think very hard about whether or not you wish to remain here. If you so choose, then tomorrow we will welcome you to breakfast among your new family. Should you decide to leave,
He chuckled.
you'll still be taken care of. The bus will be waiting for you to return you home.
He paused and looked around for a moment. I swallowed nervously. This wasn't at all what I had signed up for. My hope that this was just some kind of prank was quickly fading.
As for the rules,
said Victor, waving down a round of impatient clapping,
you're expected to fight well and to do your best. If we believe you are attempting to hold back or show mercy, there will be consequences. If you attempt to yield or end the fight while we believe you are still physically able to fight, there will be consequences.
He paused for a moment, letting it sink in.
Lastly, if you refuse to fight.
He smiled, and I could see his fangs, even from this distance.
Let's just say you do not have that option.
Everyone, even Delta, sat in stunned silence. On the other side of the arena, I could hear a few chuckles at our expense. I still held out hope that it was a nasty prank.
One more thing,
added Victor, sounding almost bored.
While we do expect you to do your best, we also prefer that you do not actually kill your opponent. We are trying to build an army here, which is rather difficult if some of you keep dying. Nevertheless,
he spread his hands with a grin that sent a chill up my spine.
Accidents happen, and a certain, bloodlust is what separates us from the humans, is it not?
He chuckled darkly.
That said, if killing your opponent becomes a habit, we will have to have some firm words.
He let out an eerie, slightly crazed-sounding laugh. Then he stepped back and raised his hands. A wizard brought him a small basket, and he pulled a scrap of paper out of it.
Tierra,
he called. A woman on the other side of the arena stood and stretched, then strode forward and vaulted over the edge of the wall and onto the dirt. Her hair was dark gray, and her skin held a gray pallor. Stone elemental. She walked to the far end of the arena near a weapon rack and stood, waiting.
Cain,
yelled Victor. This time it was a guy with pale skin and cloud-white hair. He swung over the rail and gently floated down to the arena. Air elemental. He walked to the other side of the arena, standing on the opposite end from the stone elemental. Maybe it was all just staged and choreographed. Surely they weren't going to fight.
Begin,
Victor commanded. The pair sprinted for their respective weapon racks. The air elemental moved so fast I could hardly keep up. He grabbed small knife after small knife and hurled them through the air at his opponent. Even though he was obviously using his abilities to guide and speed the knives along, they bounced harmlessly off the stone elemental's skin. Tierra grabbed a large spiked club and casually walked across the arena, heedless of the knives that Cain kept sending flying at her. It looked like a few may have scratched her, but she ignored the wounds. Soon they were circling each other. Cain practically flew around her, feet hardly touching the ground as he slashed at her. Tierra swung her club at him, missing every time.
They aren't actually fighting, are they? This is fake, right?
Doesn't look like it, Delta said. I think it's real.
This is amazing,
murmured Olivia, leaning forward and watching with wide eyes.
It's getting boring,
Kayana said.
The fastest elemental against the strongest? It's gonna take forever. Neither one has a good chance.
Flint snorted.
We'll see.
As he spoke, Cain started a dust storm. Dirt and dust swirled around the pair, obscuring them.
He's got it,
Olivia said. Flint chuckled darkly.
No. Not if she knows what she's doing.
I realized that he was right. Cain had messed up. He had just surrounded a stone elemental with rocks. Even as I thought it, the swirling dust thickened, suddenly slowing the unsuspecting air elemental. Tierra's club connected, hard, with his stomach. Cain went tumbling away across the dirt. He rolled onto his hands and knees, gasping for breath. Tierra rushed forward impressively fast for a stone elemental, kicked him onto his back, then slammed her club down onto his chest, with a sickening crunch of bone. She raised the club again over the still elemental. "Hold," Victor said, sounding reluctant. Tierra stepped back with a dark smile as she slowly lowered her club. Victor clapped his hands, and several witches and wizards rushed out with a stretcher. They examined Cain for a moment, then carried him out of the arena. My mouth felt dry. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't staged. They were expecting us to engage in actual, potentially violent fights against each other. This was insane. There were 2 more fights, neither as vicious as the first, but still with very real injuries and risk of death. Most of us had forgotten our food and drinks as we watched in silence. Olivia had a twisted grin for most of it, and I could tell Kayana was enjoying the action. I wasn't sure what Delta thought, but could see he was watching every second. Flint, of course, was expressionless. Joe was the only other one who looked like he felt the same way I did. When the third fight was over, the people on the other side of the arena began to file away. Victor appeared back at our side. "I do hope you enjoyed that," he purred. "Go ahead and finish your meals. Then please go out that door." He gestured off to the side. "You'll find many of our amenities there. Feel free to wander and explore a bit. Don't stray too far. In a few minutes, some of our human servants will come collect you and lead you to your rooms. Have a good night. Do consider joining us." With that, he turned and left us alone. Nobody seemed in the mood to talk. Olivia got up right away to go check things out. And shortly after, Delta and Kayana got up as well. Joe was next, and I was sitting in awkward silence with Flint. I didn't feel like eating or drinking, so I got up and followed the others. The exit from the arena led into a large room with numerous hallways and staircases. I picked a wide-looking hallway and wandered down it, peeking indoors, and found the amenities that Victor was talking about. There was a billiards room, ping pong, darts, and an actual pool. I found a video game room and one full of tables and board games. And an entire library. If we weren't expected to participate in those fights, I might have been tempted to stay. I opened the door to another room. This one smelled like paint and was filled with art supplies. And stopped in my tracks. Fick nearly ran into my legs. Delta and Joe were already in there, and it looked like they were arguing. They froze too, and looked at me. Had I just inadvertently stopped a fight? Excuse me, I said. I hope I'm not interrupting.
"No, not at all,"
said Joe.
"We were just talking."
About all this, Delta added, gesturing around. That ball game looked exciting. With the fighting. Wild, huh? Yeah, I said uncertainly. Something was off, I realized belatedly. Oh, it was his accent, or rather lack thereof. He had spoken in a normal, general American-sounding voice, without a trace of the Australian accent he had used all night. It wasn't necessarily surprising. Water elementals frequently use different voices for a number of reasons. Nonetheless, I frowned at him curiously. Joe looked at him in surprise as well. I could sense Fick's confusion, too. Delta cleared his throat. Right, forget you heard that, mate, he said, accent back in full force. He glanced over at Joe. You too. Let me tell you something. Girls go mad over a New Zealand accent. If you two let this slip and ruin my chances with any of them, I'll kill both of you in that arena out there." He stood there for a moment glaring, fearlessly threatening 2 vampires, then grinned. "Cheers, then." With that, he turned and left the room.
"Thank you,"
Joe said to me after the water elemental had gone.
"That was getting awkward."
"What were you two talking about?" I asked.
"Mainly the fight."
He eyed me curiously, almost hesitantly.
"That guy seems a little more into it than—"
"Oh, good. Joe felt the same way." "It's not what I came here for," I admitted.
"No, me neither."
It was a relief to know that someone else felt the same way I did. "Are you—" I started to ask, wondering if he was planning on leaving or staying in the morning. I was interrupted by the sound of someone calling us. We nodded to each other and then headed back toward the arena. We were met by a couple of witches who led us up a dozen staircases and through a maze of corridors to our rooms. One by one, they bid us good night and led us into our private rooms.
"Please stay in your room for the evening.
A witch told me.
Someone will come before breakfast to see if you'd like to join Lord Reeve here, or if you wish to leave. Have a good night."
"It's actually nice," Fix said, looking around. I nodded in agreement. The room was much nicer than I would have expected. In fact, it was really like a fancy hotel room. There was even a TV. I decided I might as well try to enjoy the amenities I could, and took a relaxing shower. Vic and I settled down into the large, comfortable bed. I was still feeling a little off from the potion, and knew the fog wouldn't lift without real sleep, or lots of caffeine, although sleep was best. Even so, I had trouble falling asleep, as I debated if I would stay or go. Vic and I talked it over for a while, and soon decided that these people were just too extreme. Some relaxed feeding rules weren't worth being stuck here and having to engage in combat. Not to mention the talk of building an army made me feel uneasy. I somehow fell asleep and awoke to the sound of someone knocking on the door. Yawning, I headed over to open it and found a trio of wizards.
"Good morning, sir,"
one said.
"I trust you slept well."
I nodded.
"Breakfast will be served in half an hour. Have you made up your mind as to whether you'll be extending your stay or returning home?"
As he spoke, I spotted the door across the hall open, and Joe appeared. He saw us and pulled back out of sight. Too fast for the humans, had they been facing that direction, to see. His door closed, but I didn't hear it click, and could smell a crack where it was still ajar. Probably waiting to hear my answer. I wonder if it would influence his at all. I was leaving. My mind was made up. Although I felt bad leaving him alone with the others. "Yes, thank you," I said. "I'm afraid this really isn't for me. I'd like to leave."
"Of course,"
said the wizard with a slight bow. He held up a clipboard.
"I have a non-disclosure agreement for you to sign, if you don't mind. We prefer to keep the details of our, activities secret."
"Oh, yeah, sure." The wizard came into my room with me and set the clipboard on the table.
"If you'll just read over that and sign, please,"
he said, handing me a pen. I skimmed over the page. It was an extremely wordy way of saying we promised not to reveal where we went or what we saw. I raised the pen to sign when... alarm. Fear. Pain. A blinding, searing burst of agony hit me. I couldn't breathe. I struggled to turn, staggering against the table for support. If I hadn't already been able to draw breath, the sight before me would have made it impossible. The wizard was standing there above my familiar's body, holding a stake, dripping with blood. I tried to scream, but couldn't. My head swam, and my vision blurred as I sagged to the ground, watching as the wizard advanced on me, raising his stake. I felt my eyes close, and couldn't force them open again.
Chapter 2. Thomas. The room reeked of turpentine, and I wrinkled my nose. but nodded in satisfaction. It would be impossible for anyone to smell we were here. Daniel hurried into the room after me, and I closed the door. We both looked around for a moment. I could hear his heart pounding as fast as mine. We turned to face each other at almost the same moment, nearly colliding. I considered moving farther away, but didn't. We couldn't afford to be overheard. I leaned closer to him, intending to whisper in his ear.
"We are so fucked,"
he frantically whispered before I could say anything.
"What the hell are we supposed to do now?"
"I don't know," I said just as quietly. "I'm thinking."
"That doesn't inspire confidence."
His graying eyes were churning wildly, just inches from mine.
"For the record, I thought this was a terrible idea."
"It was your suggestion. As I recall, your only objection was that we wouldn't be posing as a couple."
"I would have been less enthusiastic if I had known we'd end up at Dracula's fucking murder castle."
The door opened, and we both froze. I snapped my head toward it in alarm. We couldn't get caught. It was the vampire. What was his name? Connor?
Excuse me,"
he said, eyes darting back and forth between us. Had he heard anything?
"I hope I'm not interrupting."
"No, not at all," I said quickly. "We were just talking."
"About all this,"
Daniel said, easily taking over for me when I hesitated. "The ball game looked exciting, but the fighting, wild,
"Yeah."
Connor didn't look like he agreed. Were we that lucky to have been caught together by someone who wasn't enthused by this insanity? Now that I thought about it, he had looked pretty alarmed during the fights, watching them with wide eyes and an almost frightened expression. Certainly not Olivia's eerie, rapt concentration. Then his eyes narrowed in suspicion at Daniel. I realized, too late, that Daniel had dropped the stupid accent to talk to me, and hadn't gone back to it upon Connor's arrival. I shot him a panicked look, silently screaming at him to realize his mistake. I nearly sighed in relief as Daniel squared his shoulders and cleared his throat.
"Right. Forget you heard that, mate."
He easily switched back to the accent.
"You too,"
he added to me as an afterthought.
"Let me tell you something. Girls go mad over a New Zealand accent. If you two let this slip and ruin my chances with any of them, I will kill both of you in that arena out there."
In any other situation, I would have laughed. Instead, I just nodded, acting like I thought his threat, or interest in women for that matter, was genuine.
"Cheers, then,"
Daniel said, throwing us a cocky grin. It slipped, just for a fraction of a second, as his eyes met mine. I tightened my lips and nodded ever so slightly. He turned and left, returning to the madness outside. Now, to make sure Connor wasn't going to be a problem, I decided the best thing to do was act like Daniel and I hadn't sought out each other for a private conversation. "Thank you." "That was getting awkward," I lied.
"What were you talking about?"
"Mainly the fight," I said cautiously, hoping I was right with my suspicions that he wasn't on board with what was happening here. "That guy seems a little more into it than," I improvised, hoping it seemed like I hadn't been enjoying the conversation, and that Danny and I weren't close. Connor looked relieved.
"It's not what I came here for."
"No, me neither," I told him.
"Are you—"
he started. We both turned at the sound of a voice calling for everyone to regroup. I nodded to him grimly, hoping he'd keep this encounter to himself. He nodded too, and went back to rejoin the others. Once in my room, I quickly inspected it for anything out of the ordinary that might be used to spy on me, but I found nothing unusual. I was trapped until they came to get us in the morning then. I paced for a while, still feeling groggy from the sleeping potion they used on the bus, but too keyed up, not to mention paranoid, to sleep. More than once I closed my eyes and tried to focus on Tethys, but just like when I first got off the bus, something was wrong with our bond. He was far away, I could tell that much. I couldn't get anything else. It seemed almost like the harder I tried, the less I could sense him. A couple of hours ticked by, and I finally decided I had to risk sleeping. I would need to be well rested to face whatever was going to happen the following morning. After getting into bed, I fell asleep quickly and awoke to the sun coming in the window. I got up and looked out. Not that I expected to see anything I hadn't the night before. Nothing. Just a stone wall, so high I couldn't see over it. I opened the window and leaned out. The window was far too small to climb through. Not that it mattered. I could see now that it led to a very long drop down to a rocky ground, with no way to climb to safety. I heard a knock and turned. Was that my door? I crossed the room and waited for it again.
Good morning, sir,
said a muffled voice. It was easy to hear, but I could tell the speaker wasn't directly outside my door.
I trust you slept well.
I tried the knob, and to my surprise, it turned this time. I cracked the door just a bit, and the voice floated in clearly.
Breakfast will be served in half an hour. Have you made up your mind as to whether you'll be extending your stay or returning home?
I opened the door wider to look out and spotted a trio of wizards directly across the hall. Their backs were to me, but Connor was standing in the doorway of his room. He looked right at me, and I quickly ducked away. The door may have been unlocked now, but I had a feeling they didn't want us out of the rooms yet. Nevertheless, I kept my door cracked enough to listen in and hear Connor's answer.
Yes, thank you,
he said.
I'm afraid this really isn't for me. I'd like to leave. Of course,
one of the wizards replied.
I have a non-disclosure agreement for you to sign, if you don't mind. You prefer to keep the details of our, activities secret. Oh, yeah, sure.
I risked another glance into the hall, watching as one of the wizards followed Connor into his room. A non-disclosure agreement? Seriously? That was as outrageous as the exit survey they told people they were conducting at Cavaliers. I had an uneasy feeling that their reasons for keeping the werewolf woman and that Dampier behind with them weren't as innocent as a friendly chat. A sudden knot formed in my stomach. If I was right, and those poor people hadn't left Cavaliers alive, what the hell would they do to someone who wanted to leave here? The two wizards in the hall started to turn. I pulled back as far as I could without losing sight of them. They straightened up, standing as if they were guarding the room, and the knot in my stomach tightened. I eased my door almost completely closed, listening intently. I heard something. A thud? A moment later, the door opened. He's taken care of, said the wizard coldly. The almost overpowering scent of fresh blood hit me. Lots of blood. Vampire blood. I heard the door close. Let's make sure nobody else wants to leave, and then we can take care of the bodies, the wizard suggested. I silently closed my door the rest of the way and backed up. Oh my God. They really were killing anyone who tried to leave. A sudden panic gripped me as I realized that, thanks to Connor's interruption, Daniel and I hadn't gotten a chance to agree on what we'd do this morning. There was no question. I had to stay now. While I was confident I could handle the three wizards, especially without wands, there were too many other people here. I'd never make it out if I resisted now. But what had Daniel told them? What if he said he'd leave?
Knock, knock.
I swallowed hard. I couldn't be worried about that now. I had to trust his instinct would be to stay until we got a chance to coordinate. It would be easier to escape together than for one of us to get back in if we got separated. I was also confident that he would have suspected the people asking to leave before boarding the bus hadn't gotten away so easily. I took a deep breath, pushing away my fears that Daniel had told them he wanted to go, and opened the door. Morning, I said, forcing a sleepy but happy smile. Good morning, sir, said one. There were only two now. The one who smelled like blood was gone. Breakfast is in about 20 minutes. Have you decided if you'll remain with us, or if you wish to leave? I'm going to stay, I said. I think I'm going to like it here. Excellent, he replied. In that case, unless you have any questions, please feel free to get ready and join us for breakfast. He gave me brief directions for finding the dining hall, then left. I closed my door and sagged against it with a sigh. I had to find Danio. I heard them knock on another door, followed by the same speech, and the sound of Flint, the stone elemental. He wanted to stay as well, hardly surprising, and was directed to breakfast. A moment later, there was another knock. This one sounded like it was Connor's door again.
"We're done out here,"
said one of the wizards. "Let's get these bodies taken care of, then," replied the voice of the one who had killed Connor. I heard a door close, and risked peeking out of mine again. They were gone. I flung myself out and sprinted through the hall, sniffing frantically for Danio. A couple of doors down, I located his room and knocked on the door impatiently. Nothing. Damn it, I spat, knocking again. I took another sniff, praying I wouldn't smell his blood. To my relief, I couldn't detect any. A sound. I turned toward it, and my breath caught. A wizard was backing out of Connor's room. He had part of a suspiciously large bundle in his arms, wrapped up in a sheet. I swallowed back bile at the knowledge of who was inside. I hoped his death was fast. But now I was out of time. I quickly tried the knob, breathing a sigh of relief that it was unlocked. With a glance at the wizard who still hadn't noticed me, I hurled myself into Danio's room, through the thick air in the threshold. I slammed it shut behind me and stepped back. Oh, I was going to regret this. If Danio wasn't here... The bloodcasters who created vampires had given themselves a clever defense. A way to ensure any angry creations couldn't come after them easily. A defense that I had managed to avoid for a long, long time. Given what I had learned about blood magic, I suspected it would be painful. But I was unprepared for just how fast it would hit me. An intense throbbing instantly started in my head before I had even turned around. I staggered away from the door. My chest tightened and my knees gave out. Tom? Through blurred vision, I could see Danio dropping to his knees beside me. Tom, what happened? He demanded, grabbing my shoulder. Hey, are you okay? What happened? My nose filled with the scent of my own blood. I tried to speak, but couldn't. Couldn't tell him. Instead, I just stared at him, fighting the agony that just keeping my head raised was causing, silently pleading with him to figure it out. Wait, how did you get in here without... Oh, fuck! Come in! Does that work retroactively? Come in! The pounding in my head vanished as quickly as it had started. I stayed still for a moment, struggling to catch my breath. I lifted a trembling hand to wipe the blood away from my nose. You realize if you had just waited 10 seconds, I would have opened the door and invited you in, right? Danio said in annoyance. There were wizards in the hallway, I managed to say. My throat felt raw, and I could taste blood. How terrifying for you, he said flatly. I took a deep breath and was able to sit back. They just killed Connor. Danio's eyes widened in alarm. What? They asked if he wanted to stay or leave. He picked leave. Skata, he spat. Not that I'm surprised. They already killed the 2 at Cavaliers. I thought so. Are you sure? He shrugged. You spend enough time with fire elementals, you'll learn what they look like after they burn a bunch of shit. And what's her name? Singe? Yeah. She sure as hell looked pleased with herself when she got on the bus. I sighed. He extended a hand and helped me to my feet. We crossed the room and I sat heavily on the bed, still feeling unsteady. Danio joined me with a curse. What now? He asked softly. I don't know. We're so fucking stupid. We knew that if you go to Cavaliers on a specific night, you don't come back. What the hell made us think we could go to Cavaliers on said specific night and be the exception? I shook my head. It all happened so fast, I said with a helpless shrug. He nodded, knowing I wasn't just referring to the debacle last night had turned into. Or was it 2 nights ago? I had no idea how long we had been unconscious on that bus. The entire Cavaliers thing had moved quickly, once it had started to move at all. In the weeks that followed our escape from Mystic Key, we chased several frustrating leads and had nothing to show for it. Every step in our attempt to track down Alaria hit a dead end. Mystic Key and the ferry seemed to be completely controlled by non-magics. The whole operation was in utter chaos now that the islands had been destroyed, but there wasn't a single clue as to Alaria or the other Bloodcasters' whereabouts. Alaria herself was nowhere to be found in the Mez database either. We were able to pull up Taylor and Burton, the Bloodcasters Jen and Mariana encountered, but nothing in their files led us anywhere. Our only other connection was Grayson Turner, who we suspected was working with them, but he was conveniently, suspiciously, we thought, on a sabbatical and impossible to locate. The most frustrating thing about the entire ordeal was that we were right back where we started. We fought a Minotaur and nearly died in a labyrinth. Well, technically, I did sort of die there. Almost got killed by blood magic, escaped an island as it collapsed beneath us. Some of us had actually seen an Arcanist in action, and we were back on square one. When John asked Jen and Mariana and Ember to help him find a connection between the magics going missing in the park, they uncovered both the activities of the Bloodcasters and something shady happening that involved a credit card charge from a place listed as CVLR. After we were unable to find a connection between the two, the Bloodcasters proved themselves more urgent. We put CVLR on the back burner. We thought the Bloodcasters were dealt with, so we reopened the CVLR case. Ironically, Daniel and I were on the way home from investigating it when I stumbled into the labyrinth, thrusting us all right into the middle of the Bloodcasters' lair. Now that we were stuck, again, in trying to track down the Bloodcasters, we had no choice but to turn our attention back to CVLR. Thanks to sheer luck and Daniel's credit card statement, we knew the mysterious charge from CVLR was from a place called Cavaliers. So we started staking it out. It seemed like an innocent restaurant. Nothing in the Mez database turned up anything of note or suspicious about the employees or owners. It was totally normal, except every 6 months a handful of people, all of them non-humans, went there on the same day, and then never had any other activity in their Mez accounts or credit cards. If they were reported as missing, their files were altered to remove the alert, and anything that would have made a Mez officer look twice was deleted. Some were dead. Now I knew why. It was sheer luck I was at Cavaliers when Kiana showed up for an interview with Anthony, and I happened to overhear the name Reeve. It took another week of careful questions and observation before I was able to arrange a meeting with Anthony for myself. We got them to set up another meeting for Danio, who was the most logical one to back me up, seeing as we needed my connection with Tethys in case anything went wrong. Not that our bond ended up helping at all. Like Kiana had when I was listening in, both Danio and I talked around the actual subject with Anthony at our interviews, giving him the clear impression we were fed up with humans and interested in a more non-human-centric existence. In return, he gave us a date and time, then swore us to secrecy. The big day was barely a week away, just like the previous dates we had identified. It was right around Jen's birthday. Fortunately, hers came before it, and we were able to have our first big party in New York. It had been a somewhat bittersweet affair, with everyone nervous about the upcoming mission. I was a little worried, but never imagined it would have turned out like this. I wondered, with a pang of sorrow, if I'd ever see her again. In the week leading up to the meeting, we tried and failed to uncover anything else about Anthony or the events at Cavaliers. Then it was time. Danio and I showed up, with a carefully staggered arrival, for what we thought was a more formal meeting than the interview. That was that. Suddenly, we were faced with getting on the bus or staying where I was fairly sure we'd be killed. I weighed the odds, but decided that while Daniel and I could probably handle Victor, Anthony, and Singe, if anyone else in the group chose to take their side, we'd lose. The moment the sleeping potion hit Daniel, I knew it was over. I groaned. It just all went way too fast, I reiterated. He nodded in agreement.
How far from New York are we?
I hesitated. Well... Daniel's eyes grayed in concern.
Well, what?
Something's affecting my bond. He groaned.
Please tell me we're not in a labyrinth again.
No, nothing like that. It's just... I frowned, trying to think of how to describe it. So I just sense Tethys, right? Like in the back of my mind? I always have a vague idea of how he's feeling and sort of where he is. Like how far and what direction. Daniel nodded.
Yeah, like water, I imagine.
Right. If I try to focus on him, I get a much clearer, stronger idea of it. But now when I do, I narrowed my eyes. It's like it gets weaker. He's really far away, but if I try to focus on him, it gets all fuzzy and harder to pinpoint instead of easier. It's not right.
Shit.
Yeah, I agreed.
It gets worse,
he offered.
Worse?
I groaned.
We're on an island.
I groaned. Please say it's not in the Caribbean.
Worse.
He gave me a moment to wonder how it could possibly be worse, then pointed to the bathroom.
All of the water here is bottled, even the stuff in the shower. The only way I can possibly figure out where we are is to get out to the beach and check it out. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm starting to really hate islands.
But if we're on an island, we just have to get over the wall and we're fine, right? It's not as if this one is surrounded by blood magic too.
No, just copious amounts of ice.
Daniel eyed me in concern.
Judging by how fast I felt it outside, it's cold out there. If you get in the water, you'll be a vamp popsicle long before we get anywhere warmer.
There was something about his tone that made my heart sink. It's too cold for you too, isn't it? He hesitated, and I fixed him with a firm look.
Probably,
he admitted.
Besides, I kinda promised Char I wouldn't take any stupid risks. Other than the whole going to Cavaliers in the first place thing.
We sat silently for a couple of minutes. At last I stood and stretched, feeling much better than I had right after rushing to the room without an invitation. Breakfast is soon, I said, reluctant to go join up with any of the people in the dining hall.
I doubt they enjoy tardiness,
Daniel agreed, standing. Watch the accent this time, I warned.
No worries, mate. He caught me off guard is all.
I won't mess that up again, he said, easily picking the accent back up. He frowned.
Of course, if I had known I'd be stuck with an accent for longer than a couple of hours, I would have picked a different one. And a better name for that matter. Delta is boring.
So you're 0 for 2 in naming yourself? I teased.
Hey, I happen to like my actual name.
I grinned at him and decided to play a card I had been holding for a long time. I heard you and your brother flipped a coin for Pike, and you didn't speak to him for a week after he won.
That's... he spluttered. Do you have any idea what an idiot I was when I was 20? Besides, I like my name now. It suits me.
His haughty smile turned into a frown, and he wrinkled his nose.
Better than Delta. Why didn't you stop me? Wait, no. Joe is just as bad. I should have stopped you.
At least I took my name and applied some creative thinking. You didn't even make it past the first letter of yours. He stuck his tongue out at me, and I feigned a punch. We both laughed. I felt a little better goofing around with him, and had a renewed energy as we headed down to see what breakfast would hold. Chapter 3. Daniel.
Breakfast was a shockingly relaxed, quiet affair.
Victor appeared before the meal was served, claiming he wanted to make sure we were all settling in, and to let us know, regrettably, Connor had left early this morning. Sure, left with a stake through his fucking hearts. Then, awkwardly meek witches and wizards served us plate after plate of decadent food, and admittedly, some of the best coffee I ever had. It would have actually been quite nice, if not for the unusual staff and the fact I had to sit next to Olivia, who spent the meal regaling us with how she would have fared in the fights. Most ended with how easily she would have killed each opponent. Kayana listened eagerly, sometimes interjecting her own thoughts on how she would have done. Flint stayed silent, but I could tell he was listening. A few of the others came over and introduced themselves, but mostly they seemed to stay in whatever groups that had formed long before we arrived. Tom and I participated as needed, but made sure not to be too friendly with each other. We decided we'd have to appear to become friends eventually, so nobody would be suspicious if they caught us talking. Of course, we were both hoping we'd be out of here well before having to worry about a long-term plan.
Excuse me,
Said a soft voice. We all turned to see one of the witches standing at the end of our table. Like the others, she had on a plain brown dress and wore her hair in a simple braid. Her hands were folded submissively in front of her, and her eyes were down, as if she wasn't even supposed to make eye contact. She looked vaguely familiar, and I tried to think if she had brought food or something earlier.
Lord Reeve wishes to meet you at last,
She said. Now I recognized her. She was the witch who had been standing with Reeve and Victor before the fights.
When you are finished eating, please come with me,
She murmured. She gave a small bow and walked away, stopping near one of the doors to wait. It seemed everyone was eager to meet Reeve. We finished quickly and joined the witch. She led us through a maddening maze of stairs and hallways until we reached a door at the end of a long tunnel. The door opened as we approached, revealing a wizard who bowed low as we passed. The room wasn't nearly as large as I expected it to be. Then again, Reeve wasn't exactly what I expected either. He and Victor were sitting in comfortable-looking chairs, and Reeve was fixing us with a smile as friendly as Victor's was sinister.
Thank you, Adira,
Reeve said. He extended a hand. Our witch escort crossed the room to him and pecked him on the cheek, before sitting down at his feet.
My friends,
He said, giving the rest of us a wide smile.
I am so pleased you decided to stay here at our sanctuary. You are most welcome, for as long as you wish.
I bit back a laugh. If they knew Tom and I knew the truth, we'd end up like Connor.
I am Reeve,
He said, eyes scanning us.
This place is the realization of my vision. A place where vampires and other non-humans can come together away from humans. A place where we can be ourselves, without concern of being misunderstood or feared. While you're here, you are welcome to move about the castle freely. All I ask is you respect each other's private rooms, unless the occupant wishes you to be there.
Can we go outside?
Kayana asked.
Yes, we have a courtyard and a small hunting ground. However, unless you shift, you'll want to dress warmly.
Reeve turned his gaze to me.
You may wish to stay indoors.
He smiled, then gestured around him.
Here you will all find many amenities. Should you have a hobby or a desire we have not fulfilled, you need only ask. There are some who wish to participate in the fights.
He paused, and his brow furrowed in thought. I have already spoken to them about the fights, Victor said softly.
Yes, very good.
Reeve nodded, then frowned.
Where was I?
Victor started to answer, but Reeve waved a hand at him dismissively.
Ah, yes. As I said, you may stay as long as you wish. If you have nowhere else to go, you are welcome here for as long as you need a home. Should you decide to leave, I ask only that you keep our location and our beliefs a secret. Unless, of course, you encounter others who are in need of a place to escape for a time. Then, by all means, direct them to Victor.
He paused and nodded in Victor's direction.
My right-hand man. Reeve turned his attention back to us. You, what is your name?
Olivia.
Adira cleared her throat.
Address him as Lord Reeve or my lord,
She said, glancing up at Reeve as if she expected approval.
Olivia. Lord Reeve.
I couldn't see her expression, but the sneer was obvious in her voice. Are you registered to feed with Mez, or did you inform them you are on vacation? Reeve asked. I suddenly blew out a breath of relief. Having Ember set up fake Mez accounts for us had been an afterthought. She put the finishing touches on profiles for Joe and Delta just hours before we left for Cavaliers. I assumed the fake IDs would be enough. But now I was glad we decided to be thorough. Olivia sounded taken aback. The truth, please, Reeve said. If you need your feeding record removed so Mez is not alerted to your absence, you need only request it. I glanced over at Tom, who met my gaze with wide eyes. The vampires in our files printed from people who visited CVLR and went missing all had deleted information in their accounts.
I am not registered,
Olivia said proudly, and with just a hint of a challenge. Reeve studied her a minute, but then nodded. Very well. And you? I'm, Joe. Are you on the Mez feeding schedule? No. Tom cleared his throat and added, I was, but I may have missed a few feedings. I don't think they're very happy with me. I heard a small chuckle from Olivia. Reeve nodded again. Then you especially are welcome here. You are safe from Mez and their unfair restrictions here. Thanks. Reeve looked us over again, frowning. I thought there were 3 vampires, he said to Victor. I'm afraid Connor left us this morning, Victor said. Yeah, he sure as hell did leave us. A pity, Reeve said. But then this life is not for everyone. He paused thoughtfully, then nodded his head. If there's nothing else, you may go. Please enjoy yourselves, and consider this your home. He gestured at us, and Adira stood, bowed to him, then headed for the door.
Please, come with me,
She said. Somewhat surprised by the abrupt dismissal, we all followed. Do you really want to be turned into a vampire? Tom asked Adira as we walked.
Oh, yes,
She said.
I long for the day when I've proven myself worthy.
Olivia laughed derisively.
And when will that be? I don't know.
Adira said, sounding unperturbed.
When the time comes, Lord Reeve will turn me.
How long have you been here? I asked.
6 years.
Olivia laughed again.
You've seriously been here for 6 years, playing servant to Reeve, and he hasn't turned you yet. Oh, it's an honor to serve him,
Adira said firmly.
I trust he'll do it when the time is right. So, never.
Olivia muttered with a chuckle. Adira pursed her lips, but did not reply. She left us back near the dining hall, wished us well, and went on her way. Tom and I exchanged a glance and a sigh. Hopefully, we get out of here quickly. Life, if you wanted to call it that, in Reeve's freaky castle was weird. There were some days where, if you stopped thinking about it, it was hard to remember that anyone who wanted to leave was mercilessly slaughtered, and every week they hosted violent arena battles. The lavish breakfast turned out to just be a post-fight morning thing. The rest of the time there was a massive, although equally decadent, buffet that was open all day long. They served all manner of human food and plenty of other things for non-humans, including a variety of water that practically made the days bearable. Especially one day, when they served Ionian Sea. When we weren't eating, we were free to play a million different games, watch movies, hang out.
We could even join teams for the weird ball game they like to play. To my surprise, the art room was actually heavily utilized. And I discovered that some of the paintings and sculptures around the castle were the works of the people here. Our first night was the only one where our rooms were locked. And we were, so they claimed, free to go anywhere in the castle as we pleased. It was sort of like being in a really strange resort. Although, considering this place, and the stupid pink monstrosity on Mystic Key, and that abandoned ski lodge where I kind of died a few years back, I was getting pretty sick of resorts. I wasn't sure what Charlie was thinking about doing for our honeymoon, but he was going to be sorely disappointed if a resort of any kind was part of the plan. Time passed strangely, especially since we didn't even know what day we arrived. Half the people here weren't even sure what month it was. It seemed everyone measured time by counting fights. Even though fight nights were a week apart, it seemed that people lost track of how many weeks they had been here, so counting didn't matter anyway. Everything was much less theatrical when they weren't hosting a group on the first night. A week after our arrival, we were all tracked down and ushered to the arena for dinner. Once again, the 5 of us were separated from the others, and everyone was served food. But there was no ball game, and we ate in silence with a strange tension hanging in the air. "Is everyone ready?" Victor suddenly yelled. Most of his audience began to shout and cheer. Grinning wildly, Victor waved his hands for silence. "I trust everyone knows what to expect tonight." There were more cheers and some unsettling laughter. Victor jumped easily over the side of the arena and walked slowly to the middle, eyes locked onto us. I exchanged a nervous look with Thomas. His expression made it clear he had reached the same conclusion. "My new friends," Victor said, spreading his arms. "You were able to watch the fights last time. Tonight you will participate. Olivia, Joe, come, join me." Oh shit. Olivia jumped eagerly to her feet. Tom's eyes met mine as he slowly stood. I shook my head slightly. He shrugged helplessly in return. I thought of our conversation a few nights ago. What do we do when it's our turn to fight? Play their game, I guess. I don't think it's something we can get out of. We give them any reason to suspect us. Damned if we do, damned if we don't. Honestly, I'm more worried about the fact we won't be able to help each other if... one of us has to get out of here alive. This whole operation has to be shut down. Yeah. I have to say, kinda miss the Bloodcasters. At least they were just trying to kill us outright. I think I actually agree with you. Clearly, this place is going to your head. I swallowed hard and nodded to him. Good luck, I mouthed. Thomas and Olivia joined Victor in the center of the arena, where he quietly spoke to them while the witches and wizards dragged the racks of weapons to either side. I watched nervously as Victor left the arena, leaving the other vampires to walk to opposite sides. With a savage grin, Olivia selected a pair of nasty-looking steaks. I clenched my fists in frustration. She was obviously more than happy to fight to kill. Tom grabbed a steak too, but also opted for a knife, which I thought was a much better choice. "Begin," Victor said. The crowd began chanting their names, clearly having chosen who they were rooting for. The fight was mostly a blur. Olivia wasn't holding back, forcing Tom to go all out from the start. Now and then they slowed, circling each other warily before lunging. It was hard to see clearly, but it looked like Olivia was sticking to the typical vampire style of fighting, relying on her speed and strength. The method was effective against pretty much every other kind of magic, but left her even with another vampire. And, better yet, at a disadvantage against one who knew how to use her technique against her. My breath hitched, and the entire audience gasped as Olivia managed to knock Thomas to the ground. She raised her stake above him. I couldn't tell if she was going for his hearts or just trying to wound him. Up in his little private section, Victor watched wordlessly. At the last second, Thomas rolled to the side. Olivia's stake slammed into the dirt where he had been. He struck. Naturally, Olivia was expecting the attack to be aimed at her chest. But Thomas wasn't fighting to kill, not if he could avoid it. Instead, he plunged the knife into the back of her knees. She screeched and dropped to the ground, clutching her leg. Tom backed warily away, watching her. Olivia staggered to her feet, took one step, then collapsed again with a curse. She tried again, but her leg wouldn't hold her.
That's enough,
Victor called lazily.
The fight is over.
It was clear that Olivia wasn't thrilled the fight had already ended, and even less pleased she had lost. I hope this didn't mean we were going to have to spend the rest of our hopefully brief time here looking over our shoulders for her. A couple of wizards went out to assist Olivia. She tried to throw them off and stumbled again, before allowing one to help support her as they left the arena. Anthony, the Dampier, was waiting for them near the tunnel where they brought the weapons in. He said something to Thomas, and they all left the arena. After a moment, I looked around at all the other doors, waiting for them to emerge and come back to sit with us. Suddenly, the thought that they wouldn't be coming back, ever, struck me, and I quickly told myself that there was no way they were leading them away to be killed. I scanned the audience on the other side of the arena, looking for the people who fought last time. I was pretty sure I had seen a couple of them around, but admittedly hadn't been paying much attention. Surely all of the people cheering wildly wouldn't be so excited if the fighters all disappeared after each fight. While maybe they were fond of culling the losers, I didn't see how eliminating the winners worked at all in Victor's and Reeves' weird plan to have the best fighters in charge of things.
That's you,
Kayana said. I turned to her, confused, lost in my own thoughts. What? I asked. Luckily, after a week, the New Zealand accent came easily.
Victor just called you.
I turned my attention toward the arena in alarm, just in time to see Flint drop out of sight over the wall to the floor. Victor was back in the center, hands clasped in front of him, looking in my direction.
Delta,
He repeated firmly.
it's not a request.
Well, fuck. I got up and hurried down toward the edge, then hopped over the railing, catching up to Flint, just as he joined Victor in the center.
Greetings,
Victor said with a sinister smile.
As this is your first fight, I want to share a few reminders with you. This fight will continue until one of you is incapacitated. If you show mercy or hold back, there will be consequences.
I really wanted to ask him what consequences specifically, but had a feeling the sass would not be appreciated. Contrary to what some people believed, I knew when to keep my mouth shut. Instead, I nodded solemnly.
If you are injured,
Victor continued,
and you attempt to yield while you are still physically able to fight, there will be consequences. Now, although I would prefer you both alive when the dust settles, I understand that accidents happen, especially seeing you are both elementals.
His grin widened, exposing his fangs.
Lastly, fights within our arena are intended as training opportunities. They are designed to help us discover who amongst us are the strongest, so that those select individuals may be granted positions of importance and power in our future utopia. That being said, we do not tolerate taking these fights out of the arena. If there are hard feelings after a lost fight, you may sort it out the next time you are matched against each other. Should that happen. If you attempt to fight outside of the arena, there will be consequences for both of you.
His cruel smile widened even more.
If one of you should end up dead, so will the other. Am I clear?
We both nodded.
Very good.
Victor gestured for us to take our places on opposite sides of the arena. We obeyed, each stopping near one of the racks filled with weapons.
Begin,
Victor called, voice echoing throughout the chamber.
I started scanning the weapons, trying to figure out which would be best against a stone elemental. I pocketed a trio of small throwing knives, knowing full well they would do jack shit to even scratch Flint. Then grabbed a much larger, heavier-duty knife. I turned to see that Flint, just like the stone elemental at the last fight, had chosen a club. What was with their kind and clubs? That was going to be painful if I screwed up. Then again, I vividly remembered getting smashed by the Minotaur, and decided that Flint couldn't even come close to how much that hurt. I took a deep breath and headed for the middle of the arena to wait for Flint. He took his time, obviously hoping that I would give up what little advantage I had by rushing him. But I wasn't planning on being that stupid, or impatient. I could stay here all night if I had to. Standing around was certainly better than trying to beat the crap out of someone for Victor's entertainment, even though I usually enjoyed a good spar. Flint stopped close to the middle, and we both stood still. Unfortunately, I knew that sooner or later, I was going to have to make the first move. There was no possible way that I'd be able to wait out a stone elemental. We could stand here for days, and he wouldn't move before I did. Nevertheless, I gave him a couple of minutes to stew, hoping that maybe I would be lucky enough to have found the only stone elemental in the world who wasn't patient. But as he watched me calmly, almost eerily motionless, I knew I was not going to be that lucky. Something flew through the air toward him. I was so distracted by it, I almost didn't notice one coming at me. Luckily, it was deliberately aimed to miss. I jumped back as an arrow embedded itself in the ground at my feet. We both turned in surprise to see Anthony and Victor both lowering bows. "In case you were confused," Victor said, his voice so low and threatening I almost couldn't hear him. "You will fight. If you do not." He drew another arrow and set it against his bowstring. "Let me guess. There will be consequences?" I muttered. Okay, so I didn't always know to keep my mouth shut. Victor smiled. It was then I noticed that Flint was watching Victor instead of me. It was now or never. I adjusted my grip on my knife and sprinted as fast as I could toward the stone elemental. Luckily, the reflexes were slow, and with Victor distracting him, I was able to catch him almost completely off guard. Just before I reached Flint, he saw me. Probably something to do with the way the crowd had started screaming and cheering. He raised his arm in defense, but I was already bringing my knife around. What should have been a good stab was deflected, and instead I ended up with a shallow slash along his arm. He swung the club at me. My instinct was to flip out of the way, but instead I hurled myself rather clumsily to the ground and let it sail over me. He brought down a foot, and I rolled out of the way. As he raised the club for another blow, I jumped to my feet and scrambled out of his reach. I wasn't holding back, technically, but I felt like it would work in my favor in future fights, assuming there were any, if people underestimated me. That was an advantage I usually had as a water elemental anyway. One I didn't like to give up, if I didn't have to. Clearly Flint wasn't in the mood to wait anymore. He lunged at me over and over with his club. I jumped and stumbled, and even tripped a couple of times to get out of his way. It was admittedly a little bit harder to pretend I couldn't fight than I expected. It would have been much easier had my opponent not been actively trying to injure me. A mostly exaggerated trip turned into a real one, thanks to an unexpected divot in the dirt. And I was too slow to get out of the way. I managed to roll onto my side, taking the blow more on my arm and shoulder than across the chest. But it still hurt like hell, and knocked the wind out of me. The crowd roared and cheered as Flint swung around his club, raising it to strike again. As I started to roll to dodge, I could tell that my arm was either fractured or broken, or both, in more than one place. It kind of felt like he might even cracked a rib or two. Malacas. I knew Flint thought I was dazed and was expecting to strike the second blow. It threw him off balance as his club hit the ground instead of me. I took advantage of his position to thrust my knife up
and into the softer skin of his armpit. I could have missed his lung if I wanted to, but I didn't. He'd be fine, and this fight didn't need to drag out any longer. The stubborn stone elemental switched his club to his other hand and swung it toward me again. Oh, for fuck's sake! I jumped back and let him swing it a couple more times. Flint paused after the third swing, breathing hard. I lunged again and drove my knife into his abdomen. Painful as hell, I knew all too well. But not fatal if you knew where to aim. Especially considering how quickly even stone elementals healed. Flint dropped to his knees, gasping, and stayed down.
That's enough,
Victor said reluctantly. Like Tom and Olivia, we were escorted out of the arena to the sound of cheering and a few scattered boos into the tunnel. To my surprise, the passage out of the arena led to a sort of recovery room, with something for every type of magic. I was directed to an amazingly comfortable saltwater jacuzzi. As I sat there, letting my injured arm and sore side feel better, I could hear Cain fighting with someone else back in the arena. Judging from the howls, they had found her a werewolf as her opponent. After a few minutes, I was feeling well enough to get out. I easily could have taken longer, but as nice as the tub was, I still wanted to get back to Thomas and make sure he was okay. I also felt a lot more comfortable recovering in the relative safety of his room instead of here, 10 feet from Flint, who was still glaring at me. Just as I was leaving, an injured tiger and a wolf walked in with their escorts. I couldn't tell which one of them won, but frankly, didn't care enough to ask. Judging from the wolf's limp, however, he hadn't fared well against Cain. I started working my way through the obnoxious maze of stairways and corridors, rolling my eyes at the number of times I had to go down before I reached another stairway to go up. At least after 7 days in this hellhole, I could get from place to place without taking too many wrong turns. "Hello, Delta." Victor's voice stopped me in my tracks. I took a deep breath and turned, forcing a smile. "Evening, Victor." He strode toward me, fixing me with his unsettling smile. I put a hand on my hip, trying to look casual, while sliding a thumb into my pocket, resting it against one of my misappropriated knives. "Congratulations on your win," he said, coming to a stop much too close to me for comfort. "That was quite a fight." "Thank you." Movement. Even though I was prepared for it, I barely had time to register the attack, let alone dodge. I hit the ground, vision blurring with a mix of instant tears and dancing dark spots, blood gushing from my nose. There was no chance to recover, or even fully register being slugged in the face. And then Victor was on me. For one brief moment, I was fucking useless. My mind went back to a very different vampire, in a very different place. And my entire body seized up as I stared at the fangs bared in my face, without really seeing them. Pure instinct. Something deep, deep inside me that honestly had saved my ass more than once, drove my elbow up into his throat. Victor gagged and reared back in surprise. I shook myself out of it, slammed my knee into his stomach hard enough to get him mostly off me, then kicked my legs over my head and flipped back away from him. It would have worked well enough, if the sudden inversion of my head hadn't caused a throbbing rush of pain and a wave of nausea from my broken nose. Just when I thought I couldn't possibly do anything stupider, I caught myself on my good arm and turned my injured one toward Victor. I swear, it was a miracle a vampire hadn't killed me yet, considering I was so good at completely losing my grip on myself around them. Maybe it had finally caught up to me. Victor grabbed my arm and viciously twisted it behind me, re-breaking everything that had been healed and then some. I forced in a deep breath, fighting to not pass out from the pain and keep the flashbacks at bay. Since the arm was already a loss, I twisted myself around farther. The sacrifice caught Victor completely by surprise, giving me a chance to sink my throwing knife into his throat. Or try to. What should have been an incapacitating strike was stopped by a black blur as Victor's familiar snatched the knife along with a good amount of flesh from my hand with his talons and flung it aside. Before I could even consider my next move, a hand wrapped around my wrist, yanking it painfully away from Victor, effectively immobilizing me. I risked a glance to the side to see Anthony had showed up. A mix of foul language and despair flashed through my head as I frantically tried to think of anything I could do against a vampire, a raven, and a Dampier. With a slew of broken bones, a blinding headache, and a tenuous grip on myself. I thought so. Victor laughed. He released my arm, which fell limp and useless at my side, then grabbed me by the neck and forced me to face him. I have seen thousands of fights. I know when someone is holding back, he snarled. It is clear that you can fight when you want to. I told you there would be consequences. He paused, and I forced myself to hold his gaze and try to keep from shaking, knowing he'd enjoy it. That said, this is your first fight. I think I will let you go with just a warning. I like you, he added with a dark chuckle. I'm confident you will go far in our fights. After all, you were able to strike me. He nodded to Anthony, who released my wrist and moved out of my immediate reach. Have a good evening, Victor said, as if we had simply passed each other in the hall. His familiar changed seamlessly from a falcon back into a raven as he landed on Victor's shoulder. My knees gave out, and I sat down hard as I watched them stride away with Anthony. A few yards away, Victor paused, and my heart skipped a beat. His raven sailed off his shoulder, grabbing something off the ground, then flapped back and dropped it next to me. The throwing knife. I managed to find my voice. You're giving that back? Yes. Aren't you pissed I took it? Victor chuckled. In truth, I would be disappointed had you not. It is wise to arm yourself here, especially seeing as you are only a water elemental. It wasn't a serious insult. He may have just meant I was out of water, and thus at a disadvantage. But I chose to let it get to me. I watched him walk away, wishing for once that I could set things on fire. I clutched the knife so tightly it dug painfully into my palm, as I silently swore that someday this water elemental would make him regret giving it back to me. I sat there seething long after he was out of sight, because I knew if I let myself feel anything other than rage, I'd end up curled into a sobbing ball on the floor. Something I would much rather do in the shower in the safety of a private room. Preferably mine, but it would be smarter to stick together tonight. So I forced myself to my feet and headed to Tom's room, holding on to how much I wanted to wipe Victor's smug grin off his fucking face. The plan was to keep it together just long enough to make sure Tom was okay after his fight. Then I'd hit the shower and treat myself to a little freakout. And after that, hopefully I would be tired enough to sleep soundly for a couple of hours. On the bright side, I would have had the bastard if not for his familiar and some help from a Dampier. Maybe he wasn't as badass as he thought. With that in mind, I heaved a sigh and knocked on Tom's door.
Chapter 4. Jen. It was a full house, but it felt absolutely, painfully empty without Thomas and Danny. The TV was on, even though nobody was paying attention to it. It was more just for background noise, since none of us were interested in talking. Aside from the TV and the distant sound of clanging metal, it was eerily quiet. Charlie was sitting at what had become his usual post by the phone, waiting in case someone decided to call the landline instead of his cell phone. T.S. was on one of the couches, sitting silently with his head slightly tilted, as he tried unsuccessfully to get a good sense of where Thomas was. Shannon was next to him, offering what comfort a soul packmate could, while another was missing. She was reading a book, but I didn't think I had seen her turn any pages in the last hour or so. In fact, I was quite confident about that, because everyone was so still that even the slightest movement drew my attention. Mariana and I were on the other couch. She had her laptop open and was quietly going through accounting records, trying to find any charges from Cavaliers that could possibly give us any sort of new lead. I was going over Ember's latest stack of printouts with updated missing persons so we could look for links to the bloodcasters, but honestly, right now, finding Alaria was the last thing on my mind. Even though our fruitless search over the last month hadn't turned up anything for how to find Thomas and Danny, and we didn't know where else to go from here, I still felt like any energy not spent finding them was wasted time. Rack was curled up on my lap, ignoring the fact that I'd kept putting some of my papers down on top of him. Something was different. It took me a moment to realize the sound of Ember hammering had stopped. A moment later, it started again. The little blacksmith shed on the edge of the property was where she was spending most of her time, deciding it was more constructive to hit things and build stuff instead of just setting things on fire. Tomorrow, it would start all over again. We'd go to work and act like everything was normal. As far as everyone at Mez was concerned, Thomas and Danny were just taking a vacation. Of course, we couldn't be certain that they hadn't already been discovered, and that was why they weren't back. According to TS, from what he could sense, they were okay, but whatever was interfering with his bond made it hard to tell. Occasionally, he got stronger, but still vague emotions from Thomas, like anger or fear. There were a couple times when TS was sure that Thomas was fighting someone. But that was all he could get. With no way for TS to tell where or even how far away Thomas was, the weakened emotions were all we had. After work, we would come back here to Danny and Charlie's house and go over whatever new leads we had. Not that we ever had any. We were mainly just reviewing everything we had already gone over hundreds of times, looking desperately for any connection, and coming up with a big, fat nothing. John didn't like it, but we were still dropping in on Cavaliers now and again, hoping we could see or hear something that could lead us to Thomas and Danny. But it was as if everything at Cavaliers was normal and innocent, now that the strange meeting Thomas and Danny had gone to, and never come back from, was over. Charlie, unable to contain himself, had asked once if Victor was around, and was told that if he had any interest in speaking to Victor, he would have to come back in a few months. The idea that we would have to wait months to find them was horrifying, unthinkable. Yet here we were, an entire freaking month since their disappearance, and nothing to show for it. John, while careful not to arouse the suspicions of anyone at Mez, was working tirelessly to track them down as well, but was failing as miserably as we were. The only change in the case we uncovered was the grim discovery that a couple more of the statuses for people who went to Cavaliers had been updated to deceased. Every day, sometimes more than once, Ember pulled up the fake records for Danny and Thomas to make sure those still listed them as active. I wasn't sure if the obsessive status checking was adding to the stress or relieving it. Someone connected with the whole thing had gone in through the back end and deleted the feeding records in Thomas's fake profile. But nothing else had been changed. As to where they were and what they were doing, it was a horribly frustrating mystery. I still couldn't believe how quickly it had all gone to hell. Thomas and Danny had been at Cavaliers for several hours, with absolutely no problem. We were all waiting in a hotel nearby, just in case things took a turn for the worse. For the bulk of the evening, according to T.S., Thomas was just bored. We knew the moment that Victor, or somebody, had arrived, based on the way T.S. said Thomas's mood had changed. But then, his emotions rapidly changed from uncomfortable to nervous, to a mixture of concern and curiosity. And then suddenly, they were on the move. We all jumped in the car, rushing in the direction that T.S. could sense them moving in. All the while, he said that even though Thomas was a little bit worried, it didn't seem like anything serious was happening. Then, all at once, T.S. cried out that Thomas felt panicked. Then, he lost consciousness. I shifted my weight uncomfortably on the couch and glanced over at T.S., remembering with a chill the moment he abruptly passed out in the car, leaving us without a way to track Thomas and Danny or to know if they were still alive. When T.S. awoke a couple of hours later, he reported with alarm that he couldn't sense Thomas clearly. He said everything about the bond felt normal, but somewhat muted, like Thomas was trying to block him. But when he tried to actually focus on their bond, things seemed to become fainter instead of clearer. T.S. said he had lost all shared physical sensations, even biting his tongue or scratching his palm, both of which were always a surefire way to get a response from Thomas, did nothing. It was something he had tried repeatedly over the first few weeks, and still on occasion. But there was never an answer. Even though T.S. hadn't said anything in front of Charlie and Ember, he privately confided to me and Shannon that his bond with Thomas was so distorted, he wasn't confident he'd be able to sense whether or not Danny was still okay. The uncertainty and the weakened bond made an already stressful situation unbearable. I kept telling myself any time now we would have a breakthrough. Something would happen. At the same time, I felt sure that if we couldn't find anything, then Thomas and Danny would contact us. They were the two best agents in our field office, and were supposed to be some of the best ones in the entire region. If they couldn't find a way to reach out, well, I didn't like to think about that implication. And then, it was almost September, and I was sitting on the same couch, looking at the same files, feeling even more hopeless and desperate than I had 2 months ago. Even though we were all increasingly panicked about whatever had happened to them, there had been no change for the worse either. T.S. was still getting the same information, or more accurately, lack of information, from his bond, and their false mez accounts were unchanged. There was nothing that seemed like Thomas or Danny were trying to get a message to us either. Everything we looked at was a big, fat dead end. We were forced to stop frequenting Cavaliers as often, so that they wouldn't start recognizing us and get suspicious. Not that our visits there had been leading anywhere anyway. Ember checked regularly for more altered files, but nothing that seemed related to Cavaliers had come up. I honestly would have felt a little better if there had been a development in the search for Alaria, but that was at a standstill too. It turned out Grayson Turner's official address was being rented by a non-magic family who had absolutely no information for us about the guy they rented from. The non-magic rental agency that they wrote their checks to couldn't provide any information about the person collecting them. Not that it mattered, since that person's name wasn't Grayson Turner anyway. If it was him using a false name, it didn't turn up anywhere in the Mez database. We reluctantly went out to the park sometimes to check on things, but the labyrinth doorway was gone. On the right side, no other magics had vanished ever since we destroyed the island. According to Mariana, the Minotaur could not set new labyrinth doorway locations without closing the existing labyrinth completely, which meant either there were still a few left somewhere, or there were 7 brand new doorways we had yet to discover. Not that it mattered. It wasn't as if any of us would stand even a chance against Alaria without Danny and Thomas, assuming we even would then. How many more people had she sacrificed since the air elemental? I doubted the altar in the park and the one on Mystic Key were the only ones she had.
You should get some sleep,
Rack said softly, nudging my knee with his head. Probably, I muttered. I frowned down at my stack of papers, unsure of how long I'd been staring at them without really seeing. The names and information on them were so familiar now I could practically recite it without looking. Sometimes we swapped piles just for fresh eyes, but now I felt like I had read over every file 1,000 times. Even so, it was easy to lose track of time. I looked around and saw that Ember and Charlie were both asleep. Mariana was looking tired too, and Shannon smiled grimly at me, right before yawning.
We should all get some sleep,
said T.S. I doubted he'd get much. He looked as tired and sick as he had when one of his soul packmates was in a coma.
You can stay here tonight,
Charlie said, yawning as he sat up. He shook Ember gently and clicked to her in Sedaic. She stretched and blinked sleepily. The offer was, I thought, his attempt at normalcy, a way of acting like we'd go home and go about our lives. T.S. and I hadn't gone home to sleep in weeks. The house felt even emptier than this one, too full of memories. I couldn't fall asleep in the bed I shared with Thomas when I didn't even know where he was. I was pretty sure I'd slept here now, in the new house, for more nights than Danny had gotten to. A depressing thought. Shannon stayed here too, although she left now and again for coffee or lunch with Charlotte. It was hard to believe that just a few months ago, none of us had even trusted Charlotte. And it became clear she was just a pawn, lied to and used by Morgan Fletcher. She and Shannon had become friends, bonding largely because they were both Dampiers. Having a friend started to bring Charlotte out of her shell, and I had eaten lunch with her and Shannon, Ember, and Mariana several times. I just wished it was under better circumstances. Unless she was out with Charlotte, Shannon was nearly always in the house, since she didn't work for Mez. She refused to go back home to Florida until Thomas and Danny were back safely. The added stress of hiding her from John was just too much, so he told him she was a magic friend of mine from Maryland, which he seemed to accept. If he thought her extended stay was extreme or unusual, he didn't voice it. Honestly, I hated that the start of my best friend's visit had been because T.S. was in danger, and that things had only gotten worse, but I was grateful she was here to share it with me. Shannon had been an empathetic ear for as long as I could remember, ever since we were little. Back before my father met her aunt and made us cousins, we had been there for each other. She was also proving invaluable at keeping the same aunt, my stepmother Rachel, from getting suspicious. It was hard to hide from Rachel that I was struggling, especially since she hadn't wanted me to move up here in the first place. With Shannon by my side, it was easier to convince Rachel that everything was wonderful and that moving had been a great idea. Shannon was also good at changing the subject when Rachel asked about my holiday plans. I originally promised to be home for Thanksgiving or Christmas, but if our previous data held true, then December would be when Victor returned to Cavaliers. I couldn't stand the idea of waiting that long to find Thomas and Danny in the first place, let alone having to try and celebrate the holidays with my family while they were still missing. With a few half-hearted good nights and stretches, we all split up. Charlie went to his room, and Ember joined him on an inflatable mattress. Not just for comfort, but because both of them had already set a few things on fire during bad dreams, and it was safer to have another fire elemental as close as possible. Mariana shifted into mermaid form and curled up in the large tub in the family room, claiming it was more comfortable than it looked. Both couches folded out, so T.S. took one and Shannon would sleep on the other, leaving me in the guest room. I didn't want to count how many nights I had spent in this bed, staring up at the ceiling, although I knew how easy it would be. Rat curled up in a ball by my side. It was a chilly night, probably my coldest night in New York yet. I used a couple of air spells to open the chest at the foot of the bed, and float an extra blanket out, then spread it over me. Just getting up and doing it myself would have been faster and easier, but I hoped the series of spell casting would tire me out faster.
"They'll be okay,"
Rack said softly, long after I had gotten the spare blanket. "I know," I whispered, snuggling deeper under the covers. I thought of the last couple of weeks with Thomas, nights so hot I had thrown his arm off me and wiggled as far away to the other side of the bed as I could get. Oh, how I regretted that now. If only I'd known. The faint sound of the TV echoed from downstairs, and I knew T.S. or Shannon had turned it on. Soon, Mariana would go in to join them, and I'd find all three of them there in the morning, all sleeping in uncomfortable positions on couches that had never been unfolded, with the TV still on. Ember would be up at the crack of dawn, hammering away in the blacksmith shed. Charlie, having trouble falling asleep at night now, would be sprawled on Danny's side of the bed, face buried in a pillow, until someone went in to break the news it was time to get ready for work. I had never known him to sleep past the sunrise before. Another morning like the one before, and the one before that, and the one before that. Then another day at work, and another day with no answers. How many more until something different happened? Until we got a lead or they escaped or... Rack pressed close against me as he sensed my despair. "I miss him," I said into my pillow. Not sure if I wanted Rack to hear me or not. And Danny, too.
"So do I."
He crawled up until his head was just under my chin. Warm fur pressed against me.
"We'll find them." Chapter 5. Thomas. The castle really was, in the words of Daniel, like a vampire frat house. It seems so long ago now that we had been joking around on Reeves's farm, although it was actually more like an entire campus. For most of the week, people mingled around, hanging out together and partaking of the seemingly limitless activities. There were games, board games, video games, and actual ball games. People watched movies, did arts and crafts, and read books. There were even clubs that you could join. You ate whenever you wanted. And if I hadn't been able to sense the difference between day and night, I thought I'd lose track of that, too. I was pretty sure there were some people who stayed awake for 2, if not 3 days at a time. The days between fights blended together. Daniel and I participated in some of the activities to make sure we seemed like we were fitting in. But we spent the rest of our time exploring the castle, trying to find a way out or at least a way to contact someone. So far, our efforts were fruitless. We hadn't found any means of communication to speak of. The grounds around the castle proved to be spacious. The entire island was surrounded by a high wall, which we discovered, rather painfully, was warded to prevent climbing. After a few trips outside, we decided the wards were responsible for numerous things, including the interference with my bond with Tethys. We also suspected the weather itself was being altered somehow. There were times Daniel was sure it was raining right on the other side of the wall, while not a drop fell inside. He also said he couldn't sense any ice whatsoever in the water, despite the freezing temperatures in the courtyard. Neither of us wanted to admit it, but escape seemed impossible. Instead of wasting our time circling the grounds, we turned our attention back to the inside of the castle, convinced that there had to be some form of communication with the outside world somewhere. The castle was massive, and sometimes I caught myself in a section I already explored, and couldn't say how many hours I had wasted checking it out again. Once a week, the strange, almost collegiate-like atmosphere changed dramatically, as people, who just minutes earlier were playing and eating and laughing together, cheered wildly as some of their so-called friends violently fought each other. The following mornings were usually somewhat calm, as people reflected on the fights and talked quietly. But by the afternoons, the fights were largely forgotten, and life went back to the way it was. Once I even saw a couple of fighters who had nearly killed each other the previous night, sitting down together while one taught the other how to play the guitar. There were rumors that some of the fights in the arena were carried over into the private bedrooms. for a very different kind of resolution. Then it all started all over again. Day after day, week after week. The fights themselves were no less alarming than they were the first night. Daniel and I had each gotten stuck in the arena again, and fortunately both managed to come out relatively unscathed, although I couldn't say the same for Olivia's last opponent. For a while, I held out hope that people did not actually die during the fights, and that Victor was just trying to scare us. But in our time here, there had already been 2 deaths in the arena. One of them courtesy of Olivia. It was rare, people claimed, for the newbies to cause any casualties. So Olivia was the talk of the castle for a week, and suddenly quite popular. After that, every fight night held an added level of anxiety, knowing that some fights really did end with the death of one of the contestants. It seemed that Reeve and Victor took very different approaches to things. While I had the impression that Reeve was the leader of this whole operation, we saw quite a bit less of him. He made an appearance from time to time, usually walking around, mingling with people, and trying to make sure everyone was enjoying themselves. Like some strange, welcoming host. Adira was meekly by his side, offering either a shy smile if you smiled first, or a quiet but firm rebuke if she thought you were being rude to Lord Reeve. Victor, on the other hand, seemed like he was always skulking around nearby, and if not him, then Anthony or Singe were in his place. Unlike Reeve, who I had yet to see at a single fight, Victor oversaw all of them, usually with his 2 lackeys by his side. Even though Victor always asked how people were doing, he gave the clear impression that he didn't actually care. Unlike Reeve, who seemed genuinely concerned that we were all having a good time. I honestly wasn't sure what to make of Reeve. He didn't seem at all like the sort of person I would have expected to be in charge of a place like this. Although it was quite easy to imagine Victor coming up with the idea of the grandiose castle that amounted to a prison and periodic fights to the death. We still hadn't uncovered any evidence that this Reeve was the same one behind the mysterious farm we visited so many months ago. But it certainly felt like a much larger-scale version of the barn at times. Not that I thought knowing whether or not it was the same Reeve would help us at all, but I was still curious. Of course, if he was the same Reeve, there was always the faint hope that Jen and Tethys and the others would be able to find more information about him somehow, and use it as a way to find us. It was a faint hope, but it was pretty much all we had. Daniel and I were both confident the others were doing everything they could. But of course, even if they did find us, being able to actually rescue us was another matter entirely. I had a sinking feeling we were on our own. But with every week that passed and the relentless onslaught of the fights, escape felt more and more impossible. I sighed and looked at all the people around us in the arena. It was time for another fight. Even as I lost track of the days, I tried to count fights for some semblance of time. But I honestly wasn't sure anymore how many fights we had even seen. Was this the 12th, or just the 11th? Could it already be the 13th? Daniel settled into the seat next to me with a nod and a grim smile. After our first fight, the newcomers were allowed to sit wherever we wanted in the arena. Daniel and I preferred to sit somewhat off by ourselves. We were concerned about drawing unwanted attention at first, but it seemed like everyone had broken off into smaller groups, or paired off. A few even chose to sit alone, several rows away from anyone else. Based on the laughter and conversation all around us, one would never think that several violent battles were about to take place. Aside from the first fight, when every new member participated, the rest of the fights appeared to be picked at random. The only aspect that seemed controlled was they preferred to pit elementals against other elementals, and shifters against shifters, and vampires against vampires. A hush fell over the crowd as Victor strode out to his usual vantage point, followed by Anthony and Singe. My pulse quickened at the sight of him, and I clenched my fists, unable to forget or forgive what he had done to Danio the night after our first fight. I still remember pacing my room for what seemed like hours, waiting for Danio to come back after his fight, only to have him storm in, cradling one arm against his chest, a large, nasty bruise blossoming across his face, and a ridiculous amount of blood dripping from his nose. I assumed it was from his fight, and asked what the hell happened, confused as to why he hadn't been able to take time in the recovery room like I had. He told me it wasn't the fight, as he shouldered past me, heading toward the bathroom. I asked what had happened then, and he snarled a single word before slamming the door and audibly locking it. Victor. The flimsy door wouldn't have stopped me, of course, but the message had been clear enough. I knew there was nothing I could do to help, but I stayed by the bathroom door all night anyway, just in case. I glanced over at Daniel, and could see him glaring daggers at Victor, ripples of black curling through his eyes. But I knew him too well to be completely fooled. I could see him clenching his jaw and hear his heart pounding. Victor had stirred up old, bad memories, and even though Daniel wouldn't admit it, I knew he was struggling. If he didn't get a shot at Victor, I was going to kill him myself for putting Daniel through this. I gently nudged Daniel's knee with mine, and he jumped a mile, then sighed and shot me an embarrassed glance. "Olivia!" Victor announced before either of us could say anything. A cheer went up for the newest favorite, as Olivia ran down the aisle, high-fiving people, and reveling in the attention that her brutality had earned her. She jumped lightly into the arena and strode to her favorite's side with a cocky wave at everyone. And Victor let out his sadistic laugh, and then announced loudly, "Cleaver!" A deafening cheer, louder than anyone I had ever heard here, went up around the room, and the crowd began to chant, "Cleaver, Cleaver, Cleaver, Cleaver." People rose to their feet and began stomping along with the chant. Even Olivia looked somewhat unsettled. Daniel and I exchanged a nervous look, and scanned the crowd for whoever had them so worked up. There! Someone was casually walking down the steps. He jumped down into the arena, seemingly unconcerned by his opponent. He took his time heading to his side of the battleground, then stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. I assumed he was a vampire, but unless he had some serious tricks up his sleeve, I couldn't imagine why he seemed so nonchalant against Olivia. From what I had seen, I was lucky in my fight with her. Either she had gone easy on me, or was nervous during her first fight. I was dreading another encounter, should we have one, and had a sinking feeling it would have to end with one of us dead. "Begin," Victor purred. Olivia sprinted to the weapons rack and selected her favorite pair of wicked knives. Regrettably, she had taken a page out of my strategy book and had chosen a knife, along with a stake for her next fight. She stalked toward the center of the arena with a smile, long, vicious knives by her side. Cleaver mirrored her, but hadn't chosen any weapons. I frowned in confusion. Was he planning on fighting Olivia unarmed? "Someone has a death wish," Daniel said. I nodded in agreement. Olivia started toward Cleaver, then stopped, and actually took a step backward. I leaned forward a bit, frowning down at them. Something was happening. Cleaver looked strange. I couldn't place it until I realized his arms and legs looked like they were slowly growing. He was shifting. For a moment, I was surprised they had decided to pit a shifter against Olivia. But it quickly became obvious that Cleaver was not a normal shifter. "What the hell?" said Daniel, leaning forward with me. Fur should have appeared by now, but Cleaver looked exactly the same, except his arms and legs were freakishly long. He was easily 7, if not 8 feet tall now, but his torso hadn't changed, making it look like he was standing on stilts. His hands dangled down by his knees, like an ape. I actually jumped in surprise, as claws the size of knives exploded out from the tips of his fingers. He flexed them, as if shaking out the claws. Even from here, I could see the wickedly sharp tips.
"What is he?"
I heard Kyanna demand from a few rows away. Olivia took an uncertain step to the side, then hissed at him. Cleaver opened his mouth like he was going to hiss back, and I gasped. Instead of 2 fangs, he had 4, a pair on top and a pair on the bottom, all easily twice as large as vampire fangs. Then, instead of hissing, he roared. The room echoed with the sound, and several people clamped their hands over their ears. I swear, his roar rivaled the Minotaur's. Then I knew. I had never seen one, but I had heard descriptions. "Oh my God," I said. "It's a berserker!" "Holy shit," breathed Daniel. Olivia clearly decided she wasn't going to wait to see what Cleaver could do. She shot forward impressively fast, and plunged one of her knives right into his stomach. I realized before she did that Cleaver had let her strike the blow. He grabbed her by the wrist before she could pull out her blade, and he swung his vicious claws toward her. Olivia managed to break free of his grasp and dodge, but failed to take into account the absurd length of his arms. He easily slashed her across the chest, even though she looked more than far enough away. The attack flung her to the ground, and she staggered to her feet and sprinted away, stopping by the weapons rack to get another knife. She cast a nervous look back, but Cleaver was standing right back where she left him. If the knife wound bothered him at all, he didn't show it. Vampires were both stronger and faster than berserkers, but clearly they were close enough to us to be a challenge. Combined with their incredible stamina, and the fight was dead even at best. "Aren't berserkers venomous or something?" Danio asked. "Yes," I gasped. Their claws. Olivia rushed him again, this time trying to slash instead of stab. She succeeded in cutting him, but once again he allowed her to, showcasing just how tough berserkers were. Cleaver grabbed Olivia as she rushed by, not even slowed by the new, deep slice in his side. He hurled her halfway across the arena. Olivia tumbled across the dirt and rolled to a stop in a cloud of dust. She started to stand, then cried out in pain and dropped to her knees, arms wrapped around her chest. The venom was taking effect, causing excruciating pain and, if I was remembering correctly, paralysis. She stumbled again, and then Cleaver dropped low and began rushing across the arena on all 4 limbs, like some kind of terrifying primordial primate, claws leaving divots in the dirt behind him. "Enough!" Victor called. Cleaver tucked in on himself and then sprang impossibly high into the air, leaping a good third of the way across the arena toward his prey. "I said enough!" Victor bellowed. For the first time, he actually sounded like he wanted the fight to end. His raven croaked angrily. Considering how high in the air Cleaver was, Olivia should have plenty of time to dodge. Instead, she stayed put, obviously struggling against the venom. The berserker crashed down onto her. He opened his mouth twice as wide as he should have been able to, and closed his jaws and enormous fangs around her throat. Olivia screamed, and then went silent and limp. Cleaver dropped her body to the ground, then reared up and let out another deafening roar. "Damn it, Cleaver!" Victor snapped as the roar faded. "Sorry," Cleaver growled, not sounding at all sorry. He shifted back, changing easily into an unassuming-looking human. The arena was silent for a moment. Then most of it burst into cheers and chants as people shouted the berserker's name. I swallowed nervously and shot a silent look of horror at Danio. He returned it, eyes swirling wildly with grays and blacks. "We need to get the hell out of here," he muttered swiftly in Japanese. I could only nod in agreement.
Chapter 6. Thomas. Danio and I walked down the hall together without a single word. We were usually quiet when we explored the castle, but this time there was an added tension after what happened to Olivia. Tonight we were finally executing our plan to check out some of the activity rooms. There was an actual sports bar near the arena that everyone seemed to flock to after fights.
They spent most of the night there eating and drinking, and watching a bunch of sports and movies on the TVs. The occasional uninjured winner would hang out gloating for a couple of hours before going to bed, while the losers and a handful of people who were tired went to bed as well. The activity rooms seemed to be completely empty after fights, even though they weren't actually closed. So it was a good time to poke around them and check things out without arousing any suspicion. Maybe it was Olivia's fate, or maybe it was the fact I was still reeling from seeing a berserker. But whatever the reason, I was distracted and completely caught off guard when we walked into one of the gaming rooms and caught two people playing chess. All four of us looked at each other in surprise and unease. This really wasn't the place where you wanted to stand out, and playing chess and hanging out in the game room while everyone else was participating in the after-fight activities definitely made you stand out. "Sorry," I said, trying to act like Daniel and I were just there for an innocent game of something, and not sneaking around. "We didn't mean to interrupt." Daniel nodded in agreement. I recognized the two of them now. Nick and Chris, both vampires. I had taken special note of them because I frequently saw them talking to Reeve. I felt like these two, aside from Victor and his lackeys of course, were probably not people we wanted to get caught by. A jackal on the ground by Nick lifted his head to look at us, and I spotted a ball of black fur on Chris's lap. A long ear twitched, and the rabbit turned its head in our direction. "It's not a problem," said Chris with a nervous-looking smile. "We were just playing some chess." "Yeah," added Nick. Then the four of us were engulfed in another awkward silence. "I'm sorry about Olivia," Chris said suddenly. "It seems like it sort of hits closer to home when it's someone you came here with." "Yeah," I said simply. "I'm sorry she's dead," Nick said, brows furrowed slightly. "But I'm not sorry she's gone." I could tell from his slight nod that Chris agreed, and I felt just slightly more at ease. "Well," I said, "we'll just grab a game and leave you two in peace." I headed across the room to the shelf of board games and quickly scanned for a two-player one, then grabbed it. "Have a good night," Daniel offered. They nodded to him and we started to leave. To my surprise and dismay, Daniel lingered next to one of the shelves, as if he was seriously choosing a game. Nick and Chris resumed a quiet conversation, but it was in another language, so I didn't bother to even listen in. I was much too distracted trying to figure out why on earth Daniel had decided to stop. Surely he didn't actually want to play a game. All at once, he turned and said something to the vampires in Greek. They both looked up at him in surprise and replied. Oh, crap. Had I really been so distracted that I haven't even recognized Greek when I heard it? It wasn't as if I didn't hear Daniel and Tethys often enough. To my shock, he actually went back across the room to stand by the chess table, and the three of them began a somewhat animated conversation. Soon the jackal came out, and the rabbit jumped up on the table speaking Greek as well. I stood there, trying my best to look like I was patiently waiting, while also throwing him a "what the hell are you doing" look. But Daniel ignored me and kept talking to them. I hadn't even bothered to learn Greek, although I wasn't sure why. It wasn't as if I didn't have a native speaker and another fluent one at my disposal. Although I had picked up a little over the years, making it easy enough to catch a couple of familiar words as they spoke. But then I distinctly heard Daniel say the word Nikolaus, and I nearly lost control over my calm expression. Had he honestly just told them his real name? Granted, he hadn't gone by Nikolaus in over 50 years, and it wasn't the name he was registered at Mez with. I still couldn't believe it. Judging by Nick's reaction, it was his name too. I should have guessed. I stood there trying to figure out how to interrupt when Daniel dropped another word that I knew. The island he was born on. Was he out of his damn mind? I knew him well enough to know he wasn't going to risk blowing our cover just to bond with a couple of strangers so they could speak Greek together. But at the same time, I couldn't imagine what had motivated him to do this. Maybe being stuck here, not to mention his encounter with Victor, had affected him more than he was willing to admit. Just as I was starting to get really concerned, he shot me a cheeky grin and switched back to English. "Sorry about that, mate."
I suppose we're being a bit rude leaving you out.
I forced a smile in response.
So, this is Joe,
He continued with a grin.
Joe, this is Christos and Salau, and Nikolaos and Taman. Have I mentioned I was actually born in Greece?
No, I said, trying to give him another subtle, what the hell look. You haven't.
Oh, well, they were too. What are the odds?
I laughed weakly. Yeah, small world. All three of them laughed too.
You don't sound Greek, you know,
Chris said.
Water elementals sound like whatever they want to,
Nick pointed out.
I moved to New Zealand a few decades ago,
Daniel said with a disturbingly cheery smile.
I've had the accent for so long, I didn't bother to switch when I came to the States for school. Anyway,
he said with a shrug,
I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of each other. We should probably get going, and let you get back to your game.
They nodded agreeably, and Nick said something in Greek. Daniel replied, then strolled back across the room to me. He clapped me on the back and just started walking out of the room. I followed him, ready to demand an answer as soon as we were out of earshot. Just as we reached the door, he paused again and said,
Good night. Sorry for interrupting and accidentally eavesdropping.
They both laughed, and he started to turn, then hesitated as if he had thought of something else and said casually,
Just out of curiosity, what farm were you talking about? And what made it better than here? Was it like this place?
Farm?
Oh.
The vampires and the familiars exchanged uneasy glances, as if they weren't sure how much to say. But Danny-O just stood there, grinning at them. Sometimes I wondered if he didn't have a little more control over his siren side than he let on. Maybe it was that, or maybe he had successfully won them over during their brief Greek conversation. But at last, Chris nodded.
Well, Chris said slowly, back before all this castle nonsense, Victor and Reeve operated a little farm in upstate New York.
There it was. I swallowed hard, forcing my expression to stay the same. It was the same Reeve. It had to be.
We were some of the original members, Nick added.
What sort of farm? Danny-O asked.
It wasn't really a farm exactly, Chris said. It was pretty much like this, just on a much smaller scale. We ran the whole thing out of a barn.
Before that, Tumman interjected, it was just in Reeve's apartment. But things started to get a little too rowdy.
What did you do there? Asked Danny-O. You said it was better than here?
That, Nick said awkwardly. Depends on what, activities you prefer. Let's just say things were a lot different when this first got started. Why did it get started anyway? I asked, hoping that my interjection wouldn't make them less willing to talk. Was it like a club or something?
A dinner club, sort of, actually,
Nick said with a chuckle.
It was just weekly dinners for a few years.
Dinners? Danny-O asked incredulously.
Yeah, whenever Reeve was off.
Nick hesitated and glanced at his familiar and Chris. Then he leaned forward and lowered his voice.
Believe it or not, Reeve and Victor were Mez agents.
What? Daniel and I both cried, not having to feign our surprise. Nick nodded, seemingly satisfied by our reactions.
Mez agents. Good ones, too, so I'm told. Sort of the poster boys of the office. But,
he shrugged,
one night they went out to deal with some rogue vampires. Things went wrong, and they were turned. They say Victor killed 7 people, Chris added. But supposedly Reeve didn't kill a single one. I doubt that, though. Every vampire kills at least one when they first turn.
I nodded agreeably, even though I happened to be one of the lucky few who hadn't. Vampires were created with the idea that with each subsequent kill, during the month-long turning period, we lost a little bit of ourselves, and were forever altered in more ways than just physically. Most vampires could handle up to 3 kills during that time before completely losing their minds, and becoming nothing but the animals people seemed to fear we all were. To kill 7 and still be as coherent and intelligent as Victor appeared to be meant that he was already seriously unhinged as a wizard.
It seems like they lost everything after that,
Nick continued.
Friends, family, their status at Miz. It was rough.
I nodded again. That I could empathize with.
Reeve lost his familiar, Chris added.
His eyes darted around for a moment, as if looking for mine. The thought of her drew my eyes to his rabbit again, and I swallowed hard. Nick went on.
They found the only time they were enjoying themselves was in the company of each other, with no other magics or humans around. Then they met a couple of vampires with similar mindsets at the blood drive, and...
Nick shrugged.
They started Friday night dinners whenever Reeve was off from work.
I wasn't around yet for those, Chris interjected.
They were nice.
Nick shook his head ruefully.
Nothing like this. We just ordered pizza, played some games, watched some movies, and just enjoyed having friends that didn't look at us sideways when we moved a little too fast or mentioned being thirsty.
I couldn't believe it, but I was actually starting to see Reeves' side of things. In fact, I glanced over at Daniel. He met my eyes, and I knew we were both thinking of our own weekly game nights, which didn't actually sound that dissimilar to the ones Reeve hosted.
They got popular,
Nick continued.
And the landlord got sick of people always traipsing in and out, and we got a couple of noise complaints. So we started looking for somewhere else to go. Ended up finding the farm by chance. It was for sale cheap after the farmhouse burned down. But all we needed was the barn.
He paused and nodded towards Chris.
We ended up meeting at the blood drive, and had a couple of things, including being Greek, in common. So I invited him along to one of the Friday nights at the barn.
Were those different from the dinners? Asked Daniel.
No, not at first. Except we had room for more people. More space to move around, and we could just do more stuff. We brought in some games, a TV. It just became this great, safe place where we could all go together to get away. Reeve managed to get transferred to be the local... What is it?
He frowned, then shrugged.
Doesn't matter. Whoever the guy at Miz is that coordinates the blood drives for vampires.
The correct name of the position was on the tip of my tongue, seeing as it was actually my position. But I thought better of revealing too much Mez knowledge. Danny arched an eyebrow in my direction, knowingly. I couldn't decide how I felt, knowing Reeve and I had the same job. Nick continued, not noticing our brief exchange.
So Reeve was able to keep an eye out for new turns who were struggling, or vampires who seemed like they were unhappy, and extend an invitation. Our numbers started growing, and pretty much any time you dropped by the barn, there was someone hanging out there. Some of the stalls were converted into temporary bedrooms, and people would even crash there some nights.
It was easy to picture that, considering we had seen the bedrooms for ourselves.
Obviously we included Dampiers, Chris said. But eventually there were a few people who had close friends or significant others who were other kinds of non-humans.
He shrugged.
We let them in on sort of a trial basis, but it worked out. Everyone just seemed to want a judgment-free space, whether you were a vampire or not.
Nick laughed.
As long as you weren't human.
It was like that for, probably a decade,
Chris added as Nick nodded along.
Eventually, Reeve and Victor started taking people in for extended periods of time, lending them money, helping them find apartments, setting up job interviews.
It was really a philanthropic sort of endeavor, really,
Nick said. What happened? I asked incredulously. Honestly, it sounded like the sort of thing I would have loved when I was newly turned.
What happened?
Nick echoed with a snort.
Where did it go wrong, you mean?
I shrugged, neither confirming nor denying that was what I meant, and he shook his head.
Sir Anna happened, Chris said dryly.
Nick curled back his upper lip and his fangs inched out a little. Below the table, I heard the jackal growl. Sorana? I echoed. I glanced at Danio in case it was a Greek word, but he shrugged.
She was a new turn, Chris said.
We brought her in like all the others, and for a little while she was just a new face, settling in like the rest of us. But then she started making suggestions.
Suggestions?
Prompted Daniel. Sarana believed that if we were going to have a place away from humans, then we should actually do more than just, in her opinion, hang around acting like humans. She thought we should embrace our nature a little bit more. How so? I asked. Well, this is the result, Nick said, gesturing around us. Not the fights initially, but Sarana said if we were going to be competing in video games and the like, we might as well compete in other ways too. Things that showcased our speed and strength. She said we shouldn't just enjoy the lack of humans, but we should be doing things we normally don't for fear of frightening them. Nick paused and shrugged. A couple of people kind of liked the idea. Honestly, I didn't think it sounded so bad at first. Eventually, she and Victor became buddies. He sighed. Well, you have seen Victor. Chris chuckled darkly. Victor loved her ideas, and it encouraged her and everyone else who felt the same way. I don't actually know who suggested the first fight, but when the idea came up, Reeve was against it immediately. He said these were supposed to be peaceful, fun gatherings, in a safe space. A couple of months later, he ended up at some big overnight mez thing, and they held the first fight. Reeve was furious when he got back, Nick added. But some of the participants had so much fun, he had a hard time saying no when Victor started pushing for another. He shook his head sadly. If nothing else, Reeve genuinely wants people to be happy. He's a good guy who ended up in a pretty shitty situation if you ask me, Nick's familiar said suddenly. Tommen, Nick gasped. The jackal tilted his head briefly, obviously not sorry he had voiced his opinion. Both vampires looked at us in concern.
Sounds about right,
Danio said with a shrug. After a moment of silence, Chris seemed to decide he wanted to tell us the rest. Anyway, Reeve agreed to let the fights happen. They weren't like these fights, of course, he added quickly. Just little scuffles. Nobody even really got hurt. But, well, people started to get into them. Reeve went to a couple and decided it wasn't his thing, and never went back. I don't know if you've noticed, but he doesn't watch these fights. I nodded. Not long after that, Nick said. They started bringing in some questionable potions, and unlabeled blood, stuff like that. Most of the time it wasn't that bad, Chris countered. I stuck around as long as Sarana and Victor weren't there. It was pretty nice, but you could definitely tell the atmosphere had started to change. Nick nodded in agreement.
How did you end up here, then?
Asked Danio. Well, Nick said slowly. They never told us, but it turned out that Reeve and Victor were in some pretty serious debt. Both from the farm and from all of the vampires and dampiers they were helping out. Sarana had money. He cleared his throat, and then said softly, a lot of money. Or at least her family did.
Oh, yeah?
Said Danio. Nick held his arms out. You're standing in Sarana's family castle. Danio and I both looked around.
Oh,
Danio said.
A lot of money.
Chris sighed. Sarana offered it to them. Said she liked what they were doing and wanted to help. With a much bigger place, they could really expand, to help vampires and other non-humans in need from all over the place, and she would finance it too.
How generous,
Danio said flatly. You came with them? I asked. They both nodded. They moved the whole operation here pretty quickly, said Nick. As soon as Reeve and Victor agreed. We came along, intending on hanging out for a while. He hesitated and glanced at Chris. I didn't have a job, Chris said. I lost it when I was turned. The old but still raw pain flashed across his face for a moment. I figured I'd stick around and see what was what. And I, Nick said awkwardly. kind of got caught feeding from a non-magic, so I was laying low from Mez. This seemed like a good place to do it in.
I nodded slightly, knowing that he was significantly downplaying things. If he had been caught feeding from a non-magic, then not only would Mez be very interested in tracking him down, but it also meant that he hadn't been able to register and feed legally ever since. He'd be in serious trouble if Mez ever caught up to him.
At first, things here weren't too bad, Chris said. But then, little by little, they started bringing in new people who were more like Victor and Sarana. Things here started just, I don't know, to feel a little less like a party and more like a gang meeting.
Nick pursed his lips and nodded.
Some of the older people started to leave. By that time, I had been here for so long without being registered with Mez. I knew I didn't really have anywhere else to go.
We're probably both wanted for illegal feeding now, Chris said. I thought our records were being, taken care of, I said. Nick nodded.
Reeve does that. But it took a while for him to get the remote access to Mez that he needed, so a lot of us don't have that luxury.
Wait, Reeve still works for Mez?
Danio blurted. Not anymore, Chris said. But he can still fix our records? I decided to try and make it seem like I was more worried about myself than the database. I mean, if I get marked down as not feeding...
No, you're fine,
Nick said.
I'm not sure what they did exactly, but I guess Reeve still has full access to all the Mez records.
I narrowed my eyes. As far as I was aware, that was impossible. The changes we had seen made to the CVLR files were done through the back end of the database, which, according to Ember, could only be accessed by a hardwired computer at a Mez office. Daniel and I exchanged a quick look. That's a relief, I lied. They nodded, but neither spoke again. I had a feeling we might not get a chance to have a private conversation like this with them again, and quickly tried to think if there was anything else I wanted to know about. Luckily, it seemed like Danio was on the same page.
What's up with this whole utopia thing Victor is always going on about? He asked.
Chris actually rolled his eyes.
Well, they say that's their plan. I don't know when that came about. Everyone here just kind of...
He shook his head, frowning.
Changed over. Nick and I are the last two left from the original group. It seems like every time Victor goes to the mainland looking for new recruits, he comes back with a batch even more bloodthirsty than the last. No offense to you guys, he added.
I shrugged, and Danio chuckled darkly.
Somewhere along the way, Chris continued, they started talking about expanding, bringing this somewhere even bigger. Reeve is happy with it the way it is. He said all he wants is for it to be a sanctuary. But Victor and Sarana turned it into something more, and now everyone is all excited to be part of this army. To go change things and, I don't know, make the world like this, I guess?
You don't seem too enthused, I commented softly, not bothering to hide how sympathetic I really was.
We just kind of keep our heads low, said Nick.
We used to do all right in the fights, and Reeve has convinced Victor to keep our names out of the rotation now, since we've been here for so long. But,
he shrugged.
Well, if I didn't have to stay here, I wouldn't.
I nodded.
Of course, Nick went on, leaving might not be...
He hesitated and looked at Chris. They stared at each other for a moment. Chris sighed and looked away from him. Nick cleared his throat and said in a whisper,
We're not completely sure people are allowed to leave. No one who has left has ever come back, even the ones who say they will. It's...
He hesitated.
Concerning.
At the same moment, Chris muttered,
Suspicious.
You think something's happening to them? I asked. They both shrugged.
Reeve wouldn't allow it, Chris said firmly. But I wouldn't put it past Victor.
Do you think Victor could do something to these people without Reeve knowing. They exchanged another nervous look, and then turned their eyes back to their chessboard for the first time in a while.
"Where is Serana anyway?" Danio asked. "Skulking around here somewhere."
"She was glued to Victor's side at first," said Chris. "They were like two peas in the pod, but—" He paused and shook his head slightly. "It was Reeve she had feelings for. I'm not sure how it all happened, but Victor was jealous and—" He mimed being staked through the hearts.
"Oh,"
Danio and I both said. We stood in another awkward silence. I wasn't sure why I was surprised to hear Victor had killed the person who sort of kicked this whole thing off. It certainly sounded like him. Then again, wasn't this supposed to be Serana's castle? What about Serana's family? I asked. They don't take issue with Victor still using the castle? The two vampires exchanged a dark look.
"I heard," Nick said slowly, "that her family disowned her when she became a vampire. So I don't think they would have willingly given her anything, much less this place."
Chris nodded along and added,
"I never liked her. I think she was using Victor to help her drive her family out of here and take the place by force. We didn't help with that, and I don't think Reeve knew about it. But, well, I overheard enough conversations, not long after we got here, that make me think she did not come by this place honestly. Especially when you consider how easily some of the staff took to this," said Nick.
"The staff?" I asked. "Do you mean the witches and wizards?" Calling them staff was generous. Most of the time people referred to them as servants, if they didn't just sneer, humans. Nick nodded.
"The castle was full of witches and wizards who worked for Serana's family. A bunch of them left when she took over, but a few stuck around."
"Al has been cooking here since the beginning," Chris said.
"I think he's head chef now." "And Adaira?" Nick said. "Reeve never returned Serana's affections, even though Victor seemed to think so. But he and Adaira are quite cozy."
The mention of Adaira made me think of her seemingly unyielding conviction that Reeve was going to turn her someday, even though she had apparently been here for quite some time, waiting for it. Do these wizards and witches really all want to be turned? I asked skeptically.
"That's why Al and Adaira are some of the only original ones here. The other humans left, but the ones who wanted to be turned were given the option to stay."
"What about all the others?" asked Danio. "Where did they come from?"
"They showed up," Chris said with a laugh. "Victor goes out and finds them somehow. I heard he hunts them, and the ones who ask to be turned instead of killed are brought here," Nick said darkly.
The idea made me shiver.
"Either way," Chris said, "here they are. Victor says they can give up their wands and serve us, to prove their loyalty. And someday they'll be turned into vampires and enjoy the benefits of a place on top of our New World Order or something."
He snorted, obviously unimpressed with Victor's philosophy. I still couldn't believe dozens of witches and wizards were here, ready and willing to be turned, and had given up their wands. It seemed crazy to me.
"It's not wise to go around talking about this," Nick said suddenly, almost urgently. "Victor would probably kill us all if he knew."
"I don't doubt that," Danio snarled. "We won't say anything," I promised. Danio added something in Greek that made both of them smile. I caught his eye, and he nodded. We had pushed our luck long enough, and gotten more than enough information.
"We'll let you two get back to your game," Danio said. "We've kept you long enough. Thank you for your time." "It was nice talking, even considering the subject," Nick said. "Good night."
Danio said goodnight in Greek, one of the few words I did recognize, and the two of us left. We walked silently down the hall together, not saying a word until we got back to my room. I sat down heavily on the bed, and Danio dropped into a nearby chair. We both stared at each other for a moment. Holy shit, he said finally. At least we know for sure it's the same Reeve, I said. We were onto something at the farm. We just didn't know what. Danio cursed again. I wish we could find a way to tell the others, he said softly. Or tell them about those two. There can't be that many Greek vampires running around New York. If we could just get them some of these names, more information. We've been looking for a way to contact them for weeks, I groaned. Fuck this place, he muttered. Yeah, I agreed. I flopped onto my back with a sigh and closed my eyes, trying to remember every last detail about the conversation. Naturally, my brain went back to the fight instead. The new information had been a welcome distraction, but as soon as the thought of Olivia and the Berserker crossed my mind, I shuddered. I can't believe there's a Berserker here. Yeah, fuck him too, chuckled Danio. He sighed and added, I've never seen anything like that. We've got to get out of here. I would say we should ramp up the exploring a little more, but we were lucky it was those two who caught us. Grabbing a board game isn't going to be the best excuse if we get caught in a completely different area of the castle. How much more do you think we have left to check out? I don't know, he groaned. This place is huge. Serana's family must have been loaded. Yeah. I bit back a yawn and rolled onto my side. Part of me wanted to keep exploring tonight, just go until we found a way out. But another part of me knew that we needed to get as much rest as we could. There was another week until the next scheduled fight, but there was no telling when one of our evening explorations would end in a much different way than it had tonight. We'd both need to be in top shape if that happened. Will you be able to fall asleep? I asked. I'm all right. He sounded honest enough. He stretched, and then flopped down on the far side of the bed. See you in the morning, he said, yawning as he did. See you then. I yawned too. I'll try not to spoon you in my sleep, he added with a weak chuckle. Well, if you wake up on the floor, it's your own fault. He chuckled again. I felt the bed move as he got comfortable. This place does have its perks, though. Like what? I get to sleep with you. Oh, shut up, I grumbled. In all honesty, it was kind of nice having someone else in the bed. Even though it was a little weird that it was Danio. After just a couple of months, I had become accustomed to having Jen with me, and couldn't count the number of nights I had fallen asleep with a werewolf curled up on the bottom half of the bed. Before Tethys, of course, my familiar slept with me, usually on my pillow. Nights by myself were always just a little melancholy. Even though I wouldn't admit it, it was nice having Danio nearby. While we both maintained it was for safety, I knew, especially after his encounter with Victor, that nights on his own were harder than usual. There were no sleeping or anti-anxiety potions here. Even though I couldn't get a straight answer on how long it had been since he took any, I also knew that it had been a long time since he heavily relied on them. I hoped that just being near someone else would be enough to make up for it, especially if we were going to be here much longer. Good night, then, I said softly. Night, Tom. Chapter 7. Danio. One night they threw a party for no reason. Maybe there was a holiday in the real world. It couldn't possibly be Thanksgiving already, could it? I counted fights, trying to add it all up. No, we hadn't been here that long. But if I was right, then Thomas's birthday probably wasn't far away, and mine wasn't long after. Shitty place to spend it. Then again, it was actually probably better than the one I spent in a cell in Nam. Although I was also pretty out of it for that one. Wouldn't have minded sleeping my way through half of this chaotic bullshit either. These pants are so tight, Thomas growled from the bedroom. This is ridiculous. I left the bathroom and leaned against the doorway, watching him struggle to put on the gaudy clothes supplied for the party. He noticed I was fully dressed and glared at me. How did you put those on?
he demanded. First one leg, then the other, I said. His eyes narrowed in annoyance. Also, I'm not wearing underwear, I added. Somehow, he glared even more. No, seriously, you're never going to get those on with boxers. I am not taking off my underwear, he snarled, giving the pants another heave of his hips. How did you do this? Do you not remember the crap I used to wear in the 80s? These are like a slightly snug trip down memory lane. Believe it or not, another frustrated tug. I didn't pay much attention to the tightness of your pants. I'm hurt. He rolled his eyes, then started trying to peel the pants back off. Although if I had, I might have figured out you were gay a few years earlier. Probably not, I chuckled, earning a snort and another eye roll. In all fairness to you, I typically change clothes at the bar. You know, specifically so you wouldn't figure it out. He paused mid-pant leg yank and shot me a half-alarmed, half-sympathetic look. I shrugged, then held out a hand. Give them to me. Tom's expression turned skeptical. Either you trust me on this, or you'll be late to the party. I'm not sure which would be worse, he groaned, successfully freeing his leg. He tossed the pants to me. Knock yourself out. I gestured to him. You need to lose those, I said, turning to go back into the bathroom. I'm not taking off my underwear. Then you're going to go to the party in nothing but underwear. I drowned out his reply by turning on the bathtub. I gave the water time to get hot, then wadded up the pants and kneaded the water into them until they were sopping wet. I dried them enough so they stopped dripping, mostly, then returned to the bedroom. Tom was standing there, glaring at me, with his hands cupped in front of himself. You better not be wearing any either, he said. I'm not. Here. I held out the pants. Why are they wet? He cried. I'm probably going to dry them for you. I shook them at him. Hurry up, before they cool down. He reluctantly took them with one hand and considered them. Then, with a sigh, he lowered them and stuck a leg in. You wet pants. He yanked them onto his other leg, then up to his hips. Hope you're enjoying the show, he grumbled. Immensely. He sighed in defeat as he managed to pull them up all the way. Don't say I told you so. He started to zip them. Don't get yourself in the zipper. You're so helpful. Be nice. I haven't dried them. He snorted and tried to zip them up again. Any ideas now? Lay on your back on the bed, I suggested. He rolled his eyes. Could you try to enjoy this less? Nope. Do you need help? No. As it turned out, he did need help. If we get out of this alive, I told him as I zipped up his pants, I'm never going to let you forget this. If we get out of here alive, I'm going to kill you and tell everyone it happened in the area. Oh, cold! God, your hands are cold! He smacked at me. Get off. I can do the rest. At least I'll die happy. Come on, we're going to be late. We were halfway down the hall when he demanded, Are you going to dry these or not? The party itself was as ridiculous as the clothes we were all wearing. They served it banquet style, with Reeve and Victor at their own table on a stage at the head of the room. Even the witches and wizards had exchanged their brown outfits for something fancier. There was live music, and some people had even started dancing. Someone in the band had a guitar string out of tune. And after 5 minutes, I was ready to go forcibly tune the damn thing. Or smash it. It seemed like there really was no specific reason for the party. It was just an excuse to get everyone dressed up and doing something different than usual. I had no interest in dancing, so I spent most of the party sitting and people watching with Tom, accepting every slice of cake that was handed to me.
A perk of no longer dealing with a stomach that felt the need to bleed at random. I just happened to look up as Reeve leaned over to kiss Adira. She turned and let him kiss her cheek instead. Then, with a flirty smile, she pecked him on the cheek and whispered something. Reeve grinned in response, then returned to eating. I kept staring. No way! I knew that game all too well. I couldn't count how many times I had done it with the girls that Tom and other well-meaning friends set me up on dates with. They go in for a kiss, you turn your cheek for something a lot less uncomfortable. Soften the blow with a coy grin and a return kiss. A promise of a later that was never going to come. Adira didn't like Reeve. How had I missed it? Was I misreading things? I kept watching them curiously, but only became more convinced I was right. I caught Reeve gazing at her 100 times, but Adira never once glanced in his direction, unless he addressed her. Reeve constantly touched her arm angled in a direction like he was touching her leg under the table, putting a hand on her arm or shoulder, caressing her cheek, fixing her hair. By contrast, Adira never touched Reeve before he initiated it. Then there was something almost exaggerated about her touches, and she seemed to end the contact as quickly as possible. By the time the party was over, I was convinced that Adira had absolutely zero interest in Reeve, despite the fact that everyone here claimed the two of them were in love. The moment we were safely back in Tom's room, I turned and announced, Adira doesn't love Reeve. What? He asked in surprise. I told him about my observations, his frown deepening as I spoke. At last he sat down on the edge of his bed, thinking. So, if Adira doesn't like Reeve, he said slowly, then why is she pretending to be in love with him? What does she have to gain from it? Being turned? I suggested. It was the only thing I could think of. Reeve is going to turn everybody, though, Tom argued. So he claims. She seems pretty convinced he's going to turn her. Maybe a little too convinced, I said, thinking back to how vehemently she had insisted Reeve was going to do it. Maybe she suspects he isn't going to if he hasn't yet. So she thinks if he's in love with her, it'll be easier to convince him? Maybe, Tom said. Although she has to know if Reeve won't turn her. Victor certainly will. I nodded in agreement. Thanks to an overheard conversation, we knew that it was Victor who changed Anthony into a Dampier. So he clearly didn't have any reservations about turning people. What are they waiting for anyway? I asked. Why not turn everyone? Surely some of them have proved their loyalty by now. Maybe that's why Adira's doing it, Tom suggested. Maybe Victor doesn't plan to change anyone either. We know he has a pretty low opinion of humans. Maybe he's just using them all. We've seen at least a couple of witches and wizards come and go since we've been here. I'm assuming they kill the ones who want to leave. Maybe they're just hoping the humans all get sick of not being turned and just replace them with new ones. If Adira gets cozy with Reeve, she's probably safe and might eventually get turned. I nodded. There was still something not right about it, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Tom sat quietly, eyebrows creased in thought. I still can't believe any of them actually want to be turned. I mean, I've kind of come around to the whole being a vampire thing, but... We both chuckled darkly. Truthfully, I was glad he had finally gotten over it. I wouldn't tell him, but I was pretty sure I had caught him actually enjoying some of the glasses of straight-up blood they serve the vampires here. It was a far cry from the days when he was embarrassed to even mention feeding, let alone do it in front of anyone. Of course, for a time, he was miserable about eating as well, not seeing a reason to enjoy the foods he liked as a human, since he didn't need them anymore. I was glad I had snapped him out of that one, too. I let out a little chuckle, thinking of the bittersweet times of the two of us sitting around, both refusing to eat human food for one reason or another. What? He asked. Just thinking, I said softly, shrugging. We've come a long way from the idiots we used to be. He smiled grimly, then wrinkled his nose. Other than the fact we got ourselves stuck here with a bunch of crazy witches and wizards who want to become vampires. And a bunch of vampires who want to take over the world. True, I conceded. I mulled over his words for a moment, then added, Doesn't make sense to me. What doesn't make sense? Thomas asked. This. I waved my arms at the room. Victor's always going on about his army and everything. He has everyone all excited about this grand plan to take on Mez and create this new vampire utopia or whatever. But I don't understand how they actually expect to get to that point. He says the fights are supposed to be their way of finding out who the strongest among us are, so that they can lead. But it's a pretty terrible way of doing it. Unless they're planning on dramatically expanding how many people are here. Killing off half of the people in your army before the fight even begins seems pretty stupid to me. Tom nodded along. Yeah, that's true. Besides, I added as I thought about it, we're not actually preparing for anything either. We're just all screwing around half the time. The fights might be keeping us in decent shape, but they're not teaching us anything useful. If anything, they're teaching us how to fight against each other. What is Victor expecting to do? Unless we're talking about decades here. If we went out any time soon with this little ragtag volunteer army, we would get our asses kicked. I mean, maybe we could take out one Mez field office someplace? But every agent in the region would be on us. We'd never hold it. And that would be it for Team Vampire. I flopped down into the chair, thinking, it just doesn't make any sense. However Victor is planning on executing this plan, this isn't the right way to go about it. Tom frowned. I try not to think about that too much, in case we're here when it all happens. But you're right. Nothing that Victor talks about doing with this group is even possible the way it is now. But he seems serious about it. Yeah, I agreed. I don't doubt that's what he wants to do. Maybe he just can't figure out how to get there. Or maybe he is planning on taking a few decades. It is kind of a big undertaking. Or maybe Reeve is slowing him down? I mean, according to Chris and Nick, Reeve doesn't want to do any more than this. Maybe Victor doesn't want to move forward until Reeve is on board? He shrugged in response to his own theory. Either way, I don't like it. Nothing about this place makes sense. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Like if I could just figure it out, then all of this would make sense. I have that feeling too. He shook his head. We should probably get some rest. There's a fight tomorrow night. Much to our relief, neither one of us got called up for any of the fights, especially when the third fight involved Cleaver. This time the Berserker fought a very unfortunate werewolf. I didn't expect the fight to last long, and wasn't surprised when it ended in the werewolf's death, and Victor berating Cleaver, while sounding slightly inconvenienced. The silver lining was that if it was anything like Cleaver's last fight, everyone would be partying long into the night, giving Thomas and I plenty of time to explore. When the fights were over, the two of us started out again. Desperation sent us delving a little farther off the beaten trail than usual. We discovered a new stairway and followed it down quite deep into the castle. Based on the water level I could sense, and the dampness around us, we were underground. I smell a lot of witches and wizards down here, Thomas said. Do you think this is where they stay? I guessed, looking at the doors lining each side of the hallway. Maybe. Tom stopped by one and studied it. It's a bedroom. Smells like a witch. He tested the handle. Locked. Want me to pick it? I offered. He nodded. I doubt we'll be lucky enough to find a phone, but no harm in taking a peek. I spat into my palm a few times until I had a little ball of water. Then I knelt down by the door and filled the lock with the water. I closed my eyes and concentrated as I swirled it around, feeling for the locking mechanism. There. After a satisfying click, I drew out the water, simultaneously drying the lock and removing any sign I had been there. I eased the door open, shooting a smug grin at Tom, knowing that he would never admit to being impressed by my lock-picking skills. Before we replaced the crappy lock at our first place, I had been able to unlock it with water faster than he could with a key, and I was pretty sure it still irritated him. It looked like a fairly boring bedroom, about what I would have expected from witches and wizards who chose to give everything up to become vampires. "Anything?" Tom asked, staying carefully on the safe side of the doorway. "No," I said, looking around again. "Nothing." We did the same in a few more rooms as we made our way down the hall. It split off into several corridors, and we picked one at random and headed off. This one seemed empty, but just as we were ready to turn around, we passed the hallway off it and went to check it out. After just a few steps, something just seemed wrong. I could feel my heart pounding, and my mouth felt dry. I took a few more steps, then stopped. "Are you okay?" Thomas whispered. I couldn't put it into words. There was no reason I should have felt anything strange at all. Instead of finishing, I pulled out a knife. To my surprise, my hand was shaking. "So do I," he said. Our eyes met. He looked pale and nervous. We nodded to each other and kept going. Halfway down the hall, my heart was still racing, and I had the almost overpowering urge to turn and run. I did not want to go down this way. Every step grew harder to take. Next to me, Tom was walking slower as well. I could sense his blood pressure rising as we went deeper into the corridor. It led nowhere. "A dead end?" Thomas demanded, looking around in confusion. "Great," I said. "Let's go. We shouldn't be here." I don't know why I felt that way, but I couldn't shake it. "This is wrong," he agreed. I looked around at the walls. It was almost as if they were closing in. And yet, I feel like I've been here before, I murmured. Tom shook his head. "I am not okay, but I don't feel that way." "Let's go," I said again, starting back down the hall. "I think I'm about to have a panic attack." "That I feel," he said, hurrying after me. The moment we crossed back into the main hallway, it was like a vice that had been squeezing my chest suddenly released. I heaved a sigh and turned back, looking down the hall. "What the hell was that?" "I don't know," Tom answered, sounding as disturbed as I was. "It's getting late," he said, looking, I assumed, toward the west. "We should call it a night." I nodded, and we started back. Just as we got to the main area, Tom stopped. "Someone's coming," he gasped. "Which way?" He pointed to a corridor, so we rushed down another and ducked into it. The footsteps drew closer, closer, then grew quieter. We both sighed in relief and snuck forward to take a peek. It was a man walking away down the hall. Tom sniffed. "Wizard," he mouthed. I frowned. This wizard was wearing normal street clothes, not the brown uniform they all usually had on. He walked most of the way down the corridor, then turned down another one and went out of sight. We both sighed in relief. "Let's go," I whispered. Fortunately, we made it back to the area where the rooms were without incident. We were almost back to our room when Tom stopped short, this time staring at one of the sconces on the wall. "Adds to the creepy ambiance, doesn't it?" I quipped, watching the dim bulb flickering like flames. "There weren't any down there," he said softly. "Why would there be? None of the guests are supposed to be down there." He turned to me and raised an eyebrow. There were no lights at all.
I didn't notice. My night vision is just as good as yours, thank you.
How did that wizard know where he was going?
Tom said. A night vision spell like Jenna's always using, I imagine.
Without a wand?
My retort died in my throat as I stared at him. Scott, what was up with his clothes? Tom shook his head uncertainly. I hate getting more questions than answers, I snarled. Even though the way down hadn't been locked, we knew we couldn't get caught sneaking around the witches' and wizards' room too often. We focused our attention on the more populated areas for a couple of weeks. The following week, I ended up in the arena against another water elemental. Considering there was no water around, it wasn't a very long fight. Had it not been Victor's memorable warning about holding back, I would have gone easy on my opponent. The week after that, they pit Thomas against yet another vampire. Thankfully one a bit less bloodthirsty than Olivia. The ones who had been there longer obviously had worked out more of a vampire versus vampire strategy, and there were a couple of times I got a little nervous. But Tom took care of himself. It wasn't until the third week we got a chance to really explore. This time we went up, onto what we were fairly sure was the top of the castle. A locked door with no knob or keyhole stood alone in a corridor. We were fairly sure it led up a tower, based on where we thought we could see it from the ground. According to Thomas, it smelled like witches and wizards as well. Whatever it wasn't a bedroom. If only we could get inside. Yet another fight night rolled around, a month or so since the night we explored down below the castle. Another month stuck in this hellhole. We filed into the arena and settled into what had become our usual seats. The first fight was Flint against Tierra. It was a lot of slow, clumsy bashing with clubs, until Tierra got the bright idea to switch to a knife. It seemed like the tide would turn in her favor, but knives were better suited to speed, and Flint blocked each slash until he scored a lucky shot with his club, and Tierra went down. Hard. Thomas and I cheered with the others, making sure we blended in and showed support of one of our fellow newbies. Not that we were so new anymore. When the cheers died down, we both sat, rolling our eyes at each other. I miss a good Friday, where the only slaughter was me kicking your ass in Clue, I muttered. He chuckled.
I bet they have that here. We could play sometime. Better than, well, anything else happening.
Two-player Clue sounds terrible. Our laughter stopped instantly when Victor roared. Cleaver! The crowd began to chant the berserker's name eagerly. Someone is getting killed tonight, I said. Tom nodded grimly. Victor grinned and called out, Delta!
Chapter 8. Thomas. I froze. For a moment I just sat there, unable to even turn to look at Danny-O. It wasn't until I realized he was starting to stand that my hand shot out to grab his wrist.
You can't, I hissed. He'll kill you.
He turned back to me, eyes swirling wildly as blues and grays crashed and swirled together.
Really? Something like good luck or kick his ass would have been a lot more encouraging.
Danny-O, I snarled as softly as I could, counting on the screaming crowd to muffle my voice. Unable to use his fake name. Not now.
If I don't fight him, Victor and his goons will kill me. At least with Cleaver I have a fighting chance.
He added with a bitter laugh. Delta, Victor called. There was a sing-song quality to his voice that made me want to hurl myself over the seats and rip out his throat. Our eyes locked for a moment. I shook my head slightly, images of Cleaver slaughtering Olivia and the werewolf flashing through my head. But I knew he was right. If we didn't fight when Victor called us, we were dead. As slim as Danny-O's chance of surviving against Cleaver was, it was better than facing Victor. and Anthony and Singe, and anyone else who might join them to punish someone who refused to fight. For all I knew, Victor would just let Cleaver chase him down and do the job anyway. I couldn't speak. I had too much to say, and no time to say any of it. It wasn't the first time we had been staring down death together, but the other times were different. This was Danio just walking down a flight of steps to his doom, and me sitting here helpless to stop him or help him. Me watching. I know, he said, gently freeing his wrist. We may not have been magically bonded, but I knew he did know, as sure as I knew all of the things he wanted to say, and what he needed to hear. I'll take care of him. All of them. He nodded once and swallowed hard. Last chance, Delta, Victor snapped. Finish this, Danio whispered to me, meeting my eyes for maybe one last time. I nodded again. If it was the last thing I did, I was going to make sure this place was shut down, and everyone responsible was taken care of. With that, he turned and started down the stairs toward the arena. Delta! I called just before he jumped over the edge. He paused and turned back. Kick his ass! Everyone who heard me over the sound of cheering laughed. But all that mattered to me was the way Danio's mouth twitched into a familiar grin. I let out a shuddering breath and sagged back into my seat as he vanished. I sucked in a deep lungful of air and tried to breathe calmly and slowly, forcing myself to stay put. I couldn't help him. If I did, they'd just kill me for interfering in a fight, and he was dead anyway. Danio was right. It was up to me now to finish this. If I got myself killed for him, then there would be nobody to get back to John, to let him and Mez know what was happening here, to stop it. But right now, if I was honest, I didn't care how many more people Victor brought in, or how many died here, as long as Danio wasn't one of them. Begin, Victor said. His command started the fight, and stopped my hearts. I clenched my fists and waited as Danio sprinted to choose a weapon, casting several nervous looks over his shoulder at Cleaver. The berserker seemed content to stand and wait. His calm was making me want to panic. I couldn't imagine how Danio felt. After a few moments, Danio chose a pair of swords. I couldn't recall ever seeing him actually use a sword, let alone two. But wouldn't be surprised if he had picked up the skill somewhere. I also doubted he'd risk facing a berserker with a weapon he wasn't comfortable with. The crowd fell silent, watching as Danio joined Cleaver near the middle of the arena. Cleaver shifted, stretching into his strange, terrifying form. I swallowed nervously as he stood there, arms awkwardly dangling, flexing his deadly claws. Neither moved, but I knew it wouldn't be long before Victor forced the fight to really start. It seemed that Danio knew it too, because all at once, he lunged. I held my breath as he charged right at Cleaver. Danio gathered himself like he was going to jump, and I could have screamed at him. The only outcome to a move like that was a set of claws through the chest. I shuddered at the memory of the Minotaur goring me, fingernails digging into my palms as I watched helplessly. The berserker was fast, but not so fast I couldn't easily follow everything he did. A different story maybe while actually fighting him, but it was all too easy to see him raise his arm to strike the moment Danio's feet left the ground. But Danio didn't jump up. Cleaver swung his vicious claws through empty air as Danio dove to the ground and rolled between his two long legs. As he did, he slashed both swords across the back of Cleaver's calves. The cuts looked easily deep enough to have damaged, if not severed, the berserker's tendons. Cleaver should have at least stumbled, but instead he turned around and took another swing at Danio. Luckily he chose to roll a second time, and sprang to his feet safely away from Cleaver's long reach. The berserker snarled in annoyance, but didn't seem like the injuries to his legs were bothering him at all. They faced off for a moment, then Cleaver sprang forward. Danio dodged a slash from his claws. Barely. Cleaver struck again, driving Danio backward with each swing of his long arms. Several times my breath caught as the claws swiped at Danio's shirt. Once, Cleaver got close enough for his claws to tear it. He swung again, and this time I was sure Danio was too close. Everyone was stunned as Danio stopped in his tracks and held his ground. My breath hitched as Cleaver's claws slammed into one of Danio's swords. But Danio held him off and avoided being cut. Cleaver arched back, looking shocked. Before he could recover, Danio brought the other sword up and went straight for Cleaver's eyes. Cleaver jerked away, but Danio successfully cut a deep slash across his face. He roared angrily, and Danio darted safely across the arena. Cleaver wiped the blood off his face, then dropped to his hands and raced toward Danio. He was much faster on all four limbs, and closed the distance in a flash. Danio scrambled away, but his attempt to blind the berserker had only enraged him instead. Cleaver's arm still wasn't fully extended, but I knew Danio was too close. The audience gasped, and I cried out as the claws connected with Danio's thigh. Blue blood sprayed on the sand, and Cleaver whirled and kicked, slamming both feet into Danio, and hurling him halfway across the arena. I clapped a hand over my mouth, watching in horror as Danio got back on his feet while Cleaver slowly circled closer. Danio pressed a hand against his thigh and held it there for a moment. Then he slowly removed his hand, and I spotted a swirling ball of blood in his palm. "Clever bastard," exclaimed a nearby water elemental. I spared a glance in his direction. "What's he doing?" asked someone else. "He's drawing out the venom." "Will it work?" I demanded before I could stop myself. They both looked at me, surprised I was listening, but then the water elemental shrugged. "He'll never get it all. Not without taking too much blood, but it might buy him some time." Movement caught my eye, and I jerked my attention back to the arena, just in time to see Cleaver charging again. Danio shifted his weight, but held his ground. "Run, you idiot!" I breathed. Not that it mattered. There was nowhere he could run. No way to escape the arena, or the berserker raging within it. No help. No rescue. One of them was going to die. Cleaver wouldn't stop until Danio was dead, and Danio couldn't risk leaving him alive. I didn't doubt it for a second that Cleaver could be incapacitated long enough for Victor to end the fight. Not that Cleaver would even listen once Victor called it. Cleaver lunged and curled his arm up behind him, ready to strike. Danio hurled the ball of blood into his face. The unexpected attack caused Cleaver to turn his head to the side, just enough to throw him off his target. Danio dropped, ducking beneath the berserker's arm as it lashed toward him. As he did, he swung his sword around, cutting deep into Cleaver's stomach, while simultaneously grabbing his other sword from the ground. The moment he was up, he jumped and flipped away from the second slash, accurately predicting that Cleaver would have figured out his strategy and start striking low. Roaring furiously, Cleaver whirled to face him, but Danio dove in the same direction. Cleaver turned again, pivoting awkwardly on his long legs, obviously frustrated as Danio tried to stay off to the side. When it happened again, Cleaver turned farther, ready to catch Danio off guard. Instead, Danio suddenly sprang backward, putting himself behind Cleaver. I half stood, holding my breath as Danio dropped one sword and grabbed the other with both hands, driving it forward into Cleaver's back. Cleaver's legs may have been ungainly and clumsy when moving in place, but they obviously had their advantages. Cleaver abruptly straightened his knees and effortlessly launched several feet off the ground. Danio stumbled forward as his sword hit empty air, and barely managed to throw himself to the side as Cleaver came down almost on top of him. "No!" I screamed as Cleaver bounded forward, easily catching Danio, and slamming him down. My cry was drowned out by shouts and cheers echoing around the arena. Cleaver smacked him across the face, then stood, easily lifting Danio above him, and hurled him as far as he could. Danio hit the ground hard and tumbled and rolled several yards, kicking up a cloud of dust that momentarily obscured him. I didn't breathe until the dust cleared enough that I could see he was standing. But even as the cloud thinned, I could tell something was wrong. When I saw, I bit back a gasp. Cleaver hadn't just hit him in the face, he had clawed him. I couldn't gauge how bad the wound was with all the blood and dust. Danio didn't stay still long enough for me to get a good look either. He glanced behind him to the nearby weapons rack, and I realized an alarm. His sword was gone. The sound of Cleaver growling echoed eerily, forebodingly around the arena as Danio sprinted toward the weapons, throwing a single, almost panicked look over his shoulder at Cleaver. Danio yanked the closest blade off the rack and turned to face Cleaver. He stood there for a moment, wiping the blood off of his face with his free hand, while he kept the sword ready. Cleaver slowly stalked closer, still growling. Then Danio's injured leg gave out, and he collapsed. The venom. Cleaver's snarls turned into laughter as Danio struggled back to his feet, face contorted in pain. He managed to grab the side of the weapons rack to steady himself, but I could tell from the way he was leaning on it that he wasn't going to be able to put any weight on the leg. I felt myself shaking as I clutched the arms of my chair. Staying in my seat just might have been the hardest thing I had ever done. Every inch of me wanted to rush between my best friend and the berserker. But I couldn't. Not that I would have a chance against Cleaver anyway, let alone Victor and the others. As the crowd chanted his name, Cleaver broke into a run before launching himself into the air. This was it. Just like with Olivia. I wanted to close my eyes, but I forced myself to watch. Danio reached up and grabbed the weapons rack as close to the top as he could, then raised his good leg and swung himself up. I wasn't sure what he was trying to do, but the entire thing began to fall. I gasped in horror as it fell to the ground with him, clanging and clattering, sending a huge cloud of dust up around it. It wasn't an accident. I could see the confusion on Cleaver's face, just as he vanished from sight in the dust cloud. Unless I was just at a bad angle, he couldn't see Danio either. For once, the crowd was so silent I could hear what was happening in the arena, although I wasn't sure I wanted to. It was too easy to hear Danio's scream of pain, even over the sound of Cleaver roaring. Slowly, the dust began to clear. I could see a shadow on the ground. Was it both of them? Just one of them? Even though I didn't think anyone else could see the outcome, the crowd suddenly burst to life, screaming, cheering, and jumping to their feet. The first thing to come to mind was that Danio would give me such crap for being short. The thought made my eyes tear up, even though I was still praying I'd see him standing when the dust cloud dissipated. I elbowed my way through the crowd, but everyone had rushed for the rails, and it was slow going. I was torn between not drawing attention to myself and just shoving everyone forcibly out of my way. The crowd parted and I started to hurry to the front when I spotted Victor and stopped short. I couldn't blow it now. Not if... Did it really even matter how quickly I knew how the fight ended? There was still nothing I could do, no matter how it turned out. But when I finally got down to the railing, I regretted taking my time. They were gone. A couple of witches and wizards were collecting the fallen weapons and putting them away, avoiding a large pad of dirt stained with red and blue blood. I clenched my hands around the rail, unable to take my eyes off the blood. It seemed like there was so much. I was so lost in my thoughts, it took me a moment to realize that someone had said Delta, and to connect the name with Danio. I spun toward the speaker. "What about Delta?" I demanded. "Just that." He trailed off and looked at me. Had I seemed too concerned? "Oh, Joe.
You guys came in together, didn't you? I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask what the hell he had to be sorry about, but couldn't form the words.
That was intense, wasn't it?
Asked someone else, joining us. He was a vampire, but I couldn't recall his name. Not that I cared at the moment.
Never thought I'd see someone take out Cleaver. Unreal.
Did he? I asked.
Yeah, chopped his fucking head off with that sword. Amazing.
Is Delta... I couldn't finish.
Dead?
He suggested. I forced myself to nod.
After that? Of course he is. Cleaver got him good. You know, before his head came off.
He laughed. Bile rose up in my throat, and the room seemed to spin.
No, he's not,
a nearby werewolf protested.
I think he was alive when they left the arena. Not for long,
the vampire snorted.
You don't get that much berserker venom in the chest and live.
I didn't need to hear any more. Not if they couldn't tell me what actually happened. Slowly, painfully slowly, we left the arena. I overheard several conversations, but none were any more enlightening. I heard a dozen different outcomes by the time I got clear of the crowd. Both alive, both dead, just one alive. I broke away from the group and made my way down to the exit from the recovery room. Maybe I could get in after all. I crept toward the door and eased it open. The first thing I saw was a body on the ground covered in a sheet. Before I could do more than gasp, I realized the blood seeping through the fabric and pooling on the floor was red.
Hey!
Called an angry voice. I turned and spotted a wizard hurrying toward me.
No one is allowed back here,
he said in annoyance. I started.
No exceptions.
He yanked the door shut in my face, and I heard it lock. If I didn't think it would risk drawing too much attention to myself and threaten Danio, assuming he was alive, I would have smashed it right back open. Instead, I stood there for a moment, clenching my fists and talking myself out of destroying the door. Maybe Danio was already in his room. With no other choice, I headed there. The moment I opened the door, I knew the room was empty. I sagged down onto the bed, feeling sick. How was I supposed to do this by myself? I could barely even sense Tethys. I wasn't sure I had ever felt this alone. Certainly not since I was first turned. Before I realized Tethys and I had bonded. Before I ever met Danio. Long before Jen. Had I really just watched him? No, I couldn't even think it. I wiped away a tear and sniffed, inadvertently sucking in a deep breath of his scent. How the hell was I supposed to do this alone? Chapter 9. Thomas. I was so lost in my own miserable thoughts, I didn't even realize people were in the hallway at all. Not until the door began to open. There was nowhere else to go. So I flung myself off the far side of the bed and then rolled under it, hoping the people entering weren't the type of magics who would be able to tell I was there.
"It's going to be furious a berserker is dead,"
a voice was saying. I peered out from under the bed and watched several sets of feet entering. The door swung shut and I inhaled, trying to figure out what sort of magics they were. Instead, my nose was assaulted by the scent of healing potions and water elemental blood. Hope surged within me. Please, please, please.
"Can we just dump him on the bed and go?"
asked a different voice.
"No, you fool. He's a water elemental. He has to be in water."
"Go start the shower."
"We don't even need a water elemental."
"That's not for you to decide." He did kill a berserker. I have to confess, I'm impressed. I heard the shower starting, and the remaining feet moved toward the bathroom. All 4 sets were wearing the standard issue brown pants that wizards wore, and now that they were closer, I could smell them. I let out a silent sigh of relief. Unless their familiars were with them, or they decided to look under the bed, I was safe. I snarled under my breath as I heard the thud of a body, roughly, in my opinion, hitting the bathtub. What do we do with his clothes? They're in pretty bad shape. He's in pretty bad shape, someone answered disdainfully. It doesn't matter. Get rid of them if you want. Come on, we're leaving. One of them, it sounded like the somewhat concerned one, muttered a spell as 3 sets of feet left the bathroom.
Well?
Demanded one in irritation, stopping and turning back.
What are you doing in there?
He sounds like he's having trouble breathing, said the wizard still in the bathroom.
Use your eyes,
the impatient one snorted.
Berserker got him right in the chest. With all that venom, I'm surprised he's breathing at all. He's lucky his heart isn't paralyzed. Come on.
Shouldn't we do something?
We gave him some healing potions and put him in water. There's nothing else we have to do.
Do you think he'll be okay?
Who cares? Either he'll heal faster than the venom works, or he'll slowly suffocate or something. You're welcome to stay here if you like, but I don't see any point in wasting my time over an elemental.
Yeah, said another with a laugh. Don't get too attached to any of them. The 3 started to leave, and a moment later the 4th set of feet came into view, hurrying after them. I heard the door close, then waited, hearts pounding wildly, straining my ears to listen as they walked down the hall. The moment their footsteps were too far away to hear, I shot out from under the bed and threw myself into the bathroom. "Danio?" I gasped, dropping to my knees by the side of the tub. It seemed the wizard had chosen to remove his clothes completely, giving me a gut-wrenching view of the 5 deep punctures in his chest. I swallowed hard. Cleaver's claws were bigger than I had realized. I could see what happened now. Whether or not Danio had successfully beheaded Cleaver seemed like it was still up for debate, but it was clear that Cleaver had survived long enough to plunge his claws into Danio as he landed. Even a slash from his claws seemed to release enough venom to do serious damage. This had to be worse, especially so close to vital organs. Across one thigh I could see several wicked, deep slashes. They didn't look very healed, considering they were the oldest of the wounds. I forced my eyes up to his face and bit back a gasp. There were 4 long scratches, and a 5th short one, where Cleaver's claw had just nicked his chin. The longest slice went from his temple across the bridge of his nose and down to the opposite cheek, and the deepest-looking one followed the same path. Coming so close to one of his eyes, I couldn't tell if it was hit or not. The wizard had said Danio was having trouble breathing. I thought it was an understatement. Each breath was a shallow, hoarse gasp, spaced much too far apart for my liking. His heartbeat was weak and erratic, as if his heart was struggling against the venom. For a moment I just stood there, feeling helpless, and thought of one of the unpleasant conversations I had overheard. The speaker was reminiscing about an unfortunate werepanther who had taken all 10 of Cleaver's claws to his chest, and survived for an hour, until the paralyzing venom killed him. The wizards may have used a healing potion, although considering they didn't seem to care about Danio's fate, I doubt they had been very thorough with it. Danio wouldn't be happy about it, but there was only one thing I could think of doing to help. I sure as hell wasn't going to keep standing here, watching him die, like I did in the arena. I considered him for a moment, trying to figure out the best way to do it. Ideally, I wanted to use his neck, get it into his system as quickly as I could. In the end, I decided that efficiency was the most important thing. But it would be hard to do without risking hurting him, or taking him out of the bathtub entirely. There was only one way to really do it. And as awkward as it would be, especially if he woke up, the only thing that mattered was saving him. Hoping my clothes weren't too dirty, I kicked off my shoes and climbed in the tub with him. I gently eased him up and slipped in behind him. To my horror, I discovered that 3 of Cleaver's claws had gone completely through. With a hiss of fury, I carefully lowered him down so his back was resting against my chest. The new position did come with the added bonus of the water from the shower hitting more of his wounds directly. I wish I had thought to adjust the shower head first, but decided this would have to do. I wouldn't risk hurting him to get back up again. Instead, I gently tilted his head to one side, converted my saliva into a numbing agent, and started licking his neck. As soon as I thought it was ready, I took a deep breath and let my fangs slide down, bracing myself for the unpleasant taste of water elemental blood. "Sorry, Danny," I murmured as I sank my fangs in. Even though I was prepared for non-human blood, I was not expecting the foul, nauseating taste of what could only be the venom. I paused a moment, resisting the urge to gag, and then began to inject healing accelerant. I pumped it until my mouth was dry, and the gland that produced it felt flat under my tongue. As soon as I was sure I was out of it, I switched over to a numbing agent. I didn't have as much of either as I would have liked. Vampires were made to be killers, after all. The healing accelerant and the numbing agent were both designed to aid in feeding, not for saving lives. More specifically, they were for fast turnings, or prolonging someone's suffering. For that same reason, we had a type of adrenaline as well. So when I was done with the pseudo-painkiller, I switched to that. When I was done, I gently removed my fangs and licked at the wound. I didn't think I had enough healing accelerant left to actually close it, but felt better trying. My mind kept trying to wander back to the last and only other time I had ever bitten Danio. I typically respected his understandable aversion to being bitten. Not to mention I couldn't feed on non-human blood anyway. But when his life was on the line, the last time I bit him, he may have been in worse shape than this. That incident he wouldn't have survived without more help than I could give. I hope this time I was able to do it alone. I leaned back and closed my eyes, ignoring the uncomfortable feeling of the cold water soaking my jeans. I focused on the sound of his breathing and the feel of his pulse. Was I imagining things? Or was it already becoming steadier and stronger? A few agonizing minutes later, I had my answer. He groaned, and I sighed in relief. What? He said hoarsely, starting to shift his weight. He turned his head back, trying to look at me. Thomas? Don't move, I started to say, but he groaned and faced forward again. Shit, I'm dead, aren't I? No, although you tried your best. I'm naked in a bathtub with you. I must be dead. I rolled my eyes. I'm fully dressed, thank you. Huh? Maybe I am alive. He adjusted himself and looked down at his chest. Oh, fuck, that hurts. He took several deep, shaky breaths. That really hurts. Are you okay? Yeah. Just having trouble catching my breath. It's the venom, I said. It will wear off soon. How soon? I don't know, I confessed. He groaned again and dropped his head back against my shoulder. This is nice, at least. After a moment, he added, You can get out. I'm sure this is weird. Maybe it was too many years bonded to a canine. But I was used to connecting physical contact with comfort. It's not weird, I said honestly, putting an arm around him while making sure I avoided the wounds from Cleaver. Just try not to enjoy yourself too much, I teased. He snorted in amusement. I assure you, I'm in too much pain to think about anything enjoyable. How bad is it? It's not great. I could try to numb it again. The last word slipped out, and I winced. Nah, He stiffened against me in alarm. Again? He immediately raised his wrists, examining them. Did you? His pulse immediately began to race. I sighed. I did it where you wouldn't see. Left or right? He whispered. Left. Slowly, he lifted a slightly trembling hand to the left side of his neck, feeling for the punctures. I felt his breath hitch as his fingers found them. I'm sorry, I said. Danio, the venom. I don't think you were going to make it. He nodded once and murmured, It's okay. I need to get over it anyway. You were tortured. You don't just get over it. It's been, 50 years? He said too casually. He relaxed a little back against me. I'm going to get myself killed if I can't get past it. No, you won't. He turned enough to see me out of his uninjured eye. I froze up with Victor. He shuddered at the memory. And he didn't actually plan to kill me. They just threw me out against a fucking berserker. We both know it won't be long before they try a vampire. If I get bitten in the arena, I'm going to freak out. And if that vampire doesn't kill me, everyone else will see I have a weakness, and it'll only be a matter of time. If Victor realizes he can get to me... I hissed softly at the thought of it. Victor would use it against him for sure. We're getting out of here before then, I promised. He snorted, but said nothing. Hey, at least you get to cross Berserker off your list. It isn't every day a water elemental takes out a Berserker. At that he turned farther around and looked at me, wide-eyed. Are you serious? I nodded. I can't say how, though. It was impossible to see with all the dust. That was the idea. Although it was harder for me to see than I hoped. He gathered a small ball of water and held it over his good eye. I think I've got grit between my lids. He tossed the water away with a grimace, blinking. Honestly, I waited until I saw his shadow, and then just swung the sword like an idiot. It worked. The general consensus is you beheaded him. Holy shit. He raised a ball of water to his other eye, then winced and gingerly prodded it instead. Ow! That's more than dirt. Oh, hell. Does this look as bad as it feels? It looks pretty bad. Can you see? Daniel covered his good eye and sighed. No. Let's hope it's just the venom. Yeah. He adjusted his weight a little with a groan and tried to stretch the leg Cleaver had scratched. Scotta, this sucks. He glanced over his shoulder at me. Thanks, by the way, for saving my ass. Anytime. I hesitated and added softly. You scared me there for a while. Scared myself, he admitted. He rolled onto his side, putting his injured leg under the water, and rested his head against my chest with a sigh. You don't mind? No. Daniel tilted his head up to look at me, like checking to see if I really looked okay with the seating situation. If you kiss me, however, you will hurt a lot more, I said with a small smirk. He chuckled, then sighed, and his good eye darkened and grayed. When Cleaver jumped at me, at the end there, I do love you, Tom. But you're not the guy I was thinking of. Could, I teased softly, knowing he hated this sort of conversation. I'd hate to be set on fire. We both laughed. You think he's okay? He asked softly. I'm sure. I'd sense through TS if he wasn't. With the way our bond was being affected, I honestly didn't know for sure. But I was confident they were all much better off than we were. Fuck this place, Daniel muttered. I tightened my arm around him in response. We sat in silence for several minutes. How are you feeling? I asked when he adjusted his weight again. Better. He sat up and turned around partially. Is my eye doing anything? I leaned forward a little. Both eyes were gray, although the injured one looked a bit less swollen than it had before. They're both pretty stagnant, I told him. Think about something pleasant. He frowned for a moment. Then dark blue swirled into his good eye, and a thin ripple of the same blue curled across the other. There's some dark blue now, I told him. Just a little. That's a good sign. He blinked a few times, then settled down again. You really can get out, you know. I know. I shifted my weight a little and leaned back instead. Thanks. There was something about the way he settled closer that made me glad I hadn't taken him up on it. So, why exactly, he chuckled after a minute, did you feel the need to take all of my clothes off? Not that I mind. It wasn't me. It was... Oh my god! I jerked upright.
Ow! Drought! What?
He cast a spell!
Who?
The wizard! He twisted back, looking at me in confusion.
What wizard? What are you talking about?
A bunch of wizards brought you in here, I explained, hearts pounding. I could hear them talking in the bathroom. One asked what to do with your clothes, and then he cast a spell.
Okay. Wait. That means he had a wand.
Danio gasped. Yeah.
This damn place doesn't make any sense,
he snarled. All I know is we need to find a way out. Preferably before one of us fights again.
Agreed.
We sat in silence for a while, and I listened in relief at the stronger, even sound of his heartbeat and steady breathing. In fact, his breathing was so steady, I was pretty sure he was asleep. I was tempted to ask to see if he answered, but said nothing, letting him rest instead. The bathtub wasn't the most comfortable place, and I wondered if I should go ahead and get out after he woke up. All at once, it occurred to me that in all of the stressful nights over the years that Char had spent in the bathroom with Danio, it was always just Danio in the uncomfortable tub in pain, alone. For all the differences between a vampire and a witch, I couldn't really complain. I draped an arm over him gently, and he sighed.
Char wants me out,
he said suddenly. What? I asked, confused, wondering for a moment if he was talking in his sleep.
Of Mez. Or at least being an agent.
He chuckled sadly.
He's kind of sick of worrying about me dying.
It's not the safest line of work, I agreed.
That and I have a knack for getting myself mortally wounded.
That too. I waited a moment, but he said nothing. What did you say?
I said I will if he does.
That's kind of a win-win for him, I said. Spending a few years as an agent was part of the deal Charlie had taken when he transferred from Arizona to New York. And we all knew his heart wasn't fully in the job. He much preferred the administrative side of things.
I know,
Danielle laughed.
But I would never quit if he was still out there.
What did you actually tell him?
That I'd think about it.
Have you thought? He shrugged one shoulder.
I don't know. After this, though, I'm worried enough about Charlie, and he's safe back at home. I can't imagine how he feels with me. I can't keep putting him through this shit. Besides, I don't really need the action so much anymore, you know?
I nodded. I did know. We became agents around the same time and both put in plenty of extra hours. It was a way to keep ourselves busy, because when we weren't busy, we both tended to dwell a little too much on our unpleasant, still too raw pasts.
Besides,
he went on,
back then I guess I didn't really care about the outcome, as long as I got the job done.
He let out a dark laugh.
I kind of care if I make it out alive now.
I sighed. Yeah, it's a miracle we never got killed.
We were pretty stupid,
he agreed. I couldn't argue. Neither one of us had held much regard for our personal safety. Not back then. We ran headlong into a lot of dangerous situations, often choosing to take risks and break Mez protocol, putting the success of a mission over our lives. Sometimes I wondered why John let us stay partners, until it occurred to me that if one of us was taking stupid risks, the other was the only other agent who would rush in after him. Still, it wasn't a great combination, and we found ourselves narrowly escaping death on more than one occasion. Neither of us ever wanted to actually die on duty, but we hadn't cared much either if we did. As Danio said, I cared now. I couldn't pinpoint when that changed, and honestly hadn't thought about it before. But he was right. I had too much to come home for. I sighed. I was ridiculously worried about Jen. not to mention missing her terribly. But I was the one in danger. She must have been beside herself. Even through the weakened bond, I could tell Tethys was frantic half the time. At least he could always tell if I was all right. I thought of all the nights Jen had waited up for me to get back from work safely. The texts at 2 in the morning from when she was still in Maryland, telling me to call her when I got home, no matter the time. The number of times Danny, or Charlie, or Tethys told me she had texted them to check in. All the nights I found her asleep on the couch since she moved in. "Of course," Daniel said. "I'd hate to quit and leave you on your own." We both laughed, until he added softly, "I wouldn't forgive myself if you ended up with a shitty partner and got hurt." I hear Mez agents are supposed to be pretty good. I didn't add that I knew I'd feel the same way in his position. "Unless they're Fletcher." I hissed at the thought of the agent, secretly a blood wizard, who nearly killed us both. I pushed aside the memory of the unpleasant encounter. We certainly had experienced more than a few close calls recently. I wasn't exaggerating when I said being a Mez agent was a dangerous line of work. I considered my earlier thoughts about how much I had changed since becoming an agent, and for the first time it occurred to me that maybe I had done it long enough. 30 years wasn't a long time in a job a magic was fond of, not to mention good at. But even though I enjoyed being an agent, I couldn't honestly say I was so passionate that I would stay one. Especially now that, like Daniel said, I had a lot to live for. It wasn't as if I wouldn't stay at Mez in some capacity. There are plenty of other positions. Besides, even though he hadn't said anything to me, John never hired a replacement branch manager when he was promoted to head of the region, and was still doing both duties himself. He claimed he was waiting for the right candidate. But I also knew that while an office manager was required to have experience as an agent, one also had to resign as an agent before holding the position. Even though he was careful to not say anything within my earshot, I had my suspicions that I was the one he was waiting for. It didn't help that several of the higher-up employees were fond of making not-so-cryptic comments to me about whether or not I felt I had gained enough experience as an agent to move on to bigger things. If nothing else, John and Natsuki would be relieved to have me move to a safer position as well, even if my suspicions were wrong. "Well, I'll resign if you will," I said. It started off mostly as a joke, but as soon as the words were out of my mouth, I realized I meant them. "Yeah?" Daniel said in surprise. I considered it for a moment, wondering if I was rushing into things. Maybe I was just desperate for the idea of change after all these miserable, hellish weeks in the castle. "I'll think about it at least," I said with a chuckle. He turned around and looked at me thoughtfully. "Fair enough." To my surprise, he actually held out a hand. "I will, if you will," he said softly. Shaking on it was strangely satisfying. Daniel eased himself back down, groaning in pain as he did. "How are you feeling?" I asked. Thankfully, I thought his eye looked a little bit better. "Okay. Kind of feel like a berserker kicked the shit out of me." "Yeah, I can see that." He chuckled, then groaned in discomfort again as he wiggled around. "You should get some sleep," I said. "I'm trying. It doesn't hurt as much, but it's still pretty unpleasant." He laughed bitterly. "I think my pain tolerance has gone down over the last few years." "That's not necessarily a bad thing. I could, always sedate you?" He shuddered. No need for that." "It doesn't have to be, injected." I was surprised that it seemed like he was considering the offer. Even more surprised when he leaned back against me and said softly, "Okay." "Are you sure?" "No, but I need to rest." With that, I converted my saliva into a sedative and got ready to spit it into my hand. "Hey, Tom." "Yeah?" "Thanks for, hell, everything." "You'd do the same for me." "You know I would," he chuckled. Ready? Hold still. I gently held my palm over his mouth and nose. Just breathe normally, I suggested.
Yeah, that's easy,
he muttered. Either way, it worked. A moment later, he slumped limply against me. I gently eased him up a little, into a more comfortable location. Then I settled back against the hard edge of the tub and closed my eyes. Chapter 10. Danio. Possibly the only thing worse than almost being slaughtered by a berserker was having to enthusiastically regale people with the tale over and over and over. Although, admittedly, while taking down a berserker had never been on my bucket list, there was something satisfying about being able to cross it off. I had hoped my annoying popularity would fade after the next fight. But when nobody was even maimed, all eyes turned right back to me. Not only was it obnoxious, but I really didn't need to call attention to myself. It was a waste of almost 3 weeks. But finally, Tom and I felt we could get back to exploring the castle without people noticing my absence. Then again, it was hard to consider it wasted time when our searches were so fruitless. Are you sure we haven't been down this one? I asked as we walked down yet another long corridor. I'm not sure of anything here, Thomas said grimly. This entire castle and everyone in it is a mystery. No, mysteries are fun, I said. Everything here is just fucking obnoxious. Yeah, that too. He suddenly flung an arm out in front of me and pushed me back, turning his attention to a connecting hallway ahead of us. I palmed one of my throwing knives. Sometimes I wondered if I should sneak more, but thought that I had chosen the amount well. I certainly wouldn't reduce the number I carried, but any more than 3 would have been a bit harder to conceal. Besides, if I couldn't bring down someone with 3 knives, they deserved to beat me. A moment later, I could hear the footsteps too. There was nowhere to go this time. I wasn't sure how I felt when Reeve himself stepped around the corner, looking at both of us in surprise. He smiled.
Delta, Joe, how wonderful to see you this evening.
I forced a smile.
Evening, mate. I apologize, I haven't gotten much of a chance to speak with you since your arrival. I'm afraid I'm quite busy here.
That's all right,
Thomas said nervously.
Reeve tilted his head slightly, studying me. I shifted my weight nervously, tightening my grip around the knife.
You've been the talk of the castle in recent weeks,
he said.
I confess I did not see it, but I hear you killed Cleaver.
Yeah.
I mean,
for some reason, the false bravado that I had given everyone else didn't seem right with Reeve.
I kind of didn't have a choice.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Tom's eyebrows lift briefly in surprise, and hoped that I had read Reeve correctly. To my surprise, Reeves' eyes narrowed in confusion.
Well, you certainly didn't have to fight a berserker if you didn't want to,
he said with a chuckle. I wasn't sure how to reply to that. Thomas and I both glanced at each other. Reeves' frown deepened.
You didn't realize who you'd be fighting when you volunteered?
No, I said slowly.
I went first?
Reeve nodded, as if that made sense.
Ah, too proud to back out when Cleaver stepped up.
He chuckled, as if he was sure he had figured it out.
Not the wisest move, but I can understand.
Yeah? I said nervously.
I should probably sit out from the fights for a while.
Reeve chuckled as if that were perfectly reasonable. He studied me for a moment, and then said softly,
I have to confess, I'm not a fan of the fights.
Neither am I, Tom offered.
I thought I liked you,
he said.
Some of the vampires here are...
He paused for a moment, thinking.
Well, sometimes I think I'd like to see a little more restraint. If this future that Victor envisions is to happen,
he sighed.
It'd be nice to have some people at the top who don't share his... thirst.
He shook his head, then laughed bitterly.
It doesn't matter. Victor does what he wants. I thought this was your operation,
I said.
So did I think.
Reeve narrowed his eyes. He shook his head as if clearing his mind.
Lord Reeve?
Called Adira, coming towards us.
I've been looking for you, my love.
She paused and bowed to us.
Good evening.
Tom and I forced smiles at her. For just a moment, her eyes lingered uncomfortably on me. I wondered what she thought of my tussle with Cleaver. Then she looped her arms around Reeves's arm, hugging it to her, yet not really pressing it against her.
My lord,
Adira said softly to Reeve.
We have just 2 weeks. Victor called?
She trailed off and glanced at us.
There is much to prepare for.
Yes, my dear.
Reeve smiled tenderly at her, then nodded to us.
It was good to see you this evening. What's in 2 weeks?
I asked. Just for an instant, Adira's nose wrinkled at me, as if she didn't think I had any business questioning Reeve.
Lord Reeve,
I added, trying to sound sincere with the title.
Time flies, doesn't it?
Reeve asked with a smile.
It's time for some new friends to join us. In 2 weeks, Victor will host them, and extend the offer for them to come to the castle.
His smile faltered.
I hope more of them are like you than not.
Victor is waiting, my lord.
Adira reminded him.
Of course. Good to see you,
Reeve said, nodding to us as he let Adira lead him away. Tom and I gaped at each other as they walked off down the hall. What the hell? He mouthed to me. I shook my head, just as baffled. We waited until they were long gone. Then Tom whispered. The credit card records show people disappearing from Cavaliers every 6 months. You don't think... Happy belated birthday? I offered. Absolutely appalled at the idea we had been here that long. And Halloween. Happy birthday to me. Thanksgiving? Shit, it must be my name day by now. Tom shook his head slowly. 6 months, he choked. I swallowed hard. The despair I had been pushing away for months, 6 fucking months apparently, washed over me. We locked eyes, and I could see the same horror, the same agony etched in his expression. Then, his eyes widened. Victor leaves. He goes to Cavaliers, he gasped. Adira said he called. There's a phone. We both turned down the hall in the direction they had gone. I let him lead the way, knowing he could easily smell them. He stopped short at another hallway, then grabbed me and pushed me against the wall behind him, holding me in place as he leaned out slightly to look around the corner, before stepping back. Tom rose onto his tiptoes and put his mouth right by my ear. In any other situation, I would have made some sort of lewd joke, or at least a height one. Instead, I tilted my head to make it easier. I hear Reeve, he breathed, voice so quiet, I still could hardly hear him. He is on a phone. He pulled away slightly, and we stared at each other, hardly daring to hope. I could sense his blood racing, even as I felt my heart pounding. He gasped again. What? I mouthed. He mouthed something I didn't catch, and I shook my head, frowning. Before he could repeat it, his nostrils flared, and he looked around in alarm. Anthony, he mouthed. That one I understood. Damn it. We both turned and hurried down the corridor, back to somewhere less suspicious. I hated to go, especially since either one of us could have defeated the Dampier single-handedly, but we couldn't risk it. It was late enough, so we went back to the room, where Tom began to pace while I sat on the bed. So what did... I started. I heard a computer. I'm positive. We found it, I said. Holy shit. Now we just have to get in there without getting caught. Guess what happens in 2 weeks? I said, voicing a thought that had just occurred to me. Another batch of victims and killers shows up? He asked. Victor, Anthony, and Singe all go to Cavaliers. His mouth opened slightly. Yes, he murmured. We know he'll be gone. I want to go back now, I confessed. I sure as hell don't want to wait 2 weeks, but... We've waited this long, he said sadly. Better safe than sorry. Thomas fought at the next fight against yet another vampire. She wasn't as vicious as Olivia, but more skilled. Neither one of us wanted to admit it had been a bit too even of a match. We didn't bother exploring anymore. No sense in risking it. Instead, we carefully plotted exactly what we'd say when we got to the computer or the phone. When the time came, we would be ready. Although when the time did come, we were both nervous as hell. The castle was in chaos all day as people rushed around to prepare for the new members. Our little group was taken aside and given instructions. Just like our first time, we would all report to the arena before the new people arrived, so we could greet them. Tonight there would be feasting and games, and then the fights. After that, everyone was on lockdown for the evening to allow the new members to settle in. Then, business as usual. That meant we had a small window before the fights to get to the computer. I honestly expected things to go horribly wrong. But Tom and I made it back to where we overheard Reeve without incident. It seemed all the witches and wizards were busy with their preparations, and we knew Reeve was off overseeing it all. Still, I could hardly believe it when we found the door that Tom could hear electronics whirring behind. I unlocked it, and we found ourselves standing in what looked like the Mez IT department, complete with server towers. So that's how he gets into the database, Tom said grimly. He is hardwired into Mez. I shook my head, stunned and furious. I wanted to destroy it all. We have to be quick, he reminded me. The longer we stay here, the more our scent gets around. He swiftly started opening drawers while I headed for the computer. I nudged the mouse, and the computer woke up, bringing up a password-protected screen. I had hoped. Shit. Here, Tom gasped, yanking a cell phone out of a drawer. His hands were shaking as he fiddled with it. It works, he gasped. Oh my God, it's not locked. Door, I said to him, reaching for the phone. He handed it to me and quickly took up a position just inside the doorway, keeping an eye and a nose and an ear out for trouble. My hands shook too as I punched in my own number. Char and I reserved the landline for Mez. It was unlisted and, in theory, untraceable. I swallowed nervously, tapping my foot impatiently as it rang. And rang. And rang. I heard the answering machine click. Damn dehydrated fucking...
Agent Smith and Special Agent Pelagos' line. We can't come...
I yanked the phone away from my head with a choked gasp, completely unprepared for the sound of Charlie's voice, even though I knew he had recorded the message. The moment it beeped, I took a deep breath, remembering at the last moment that I didn't have to worry about this stupid accent. Hey, it's me. Chapter 11. Thomas. I glanced around nervously as we entered the arena. We hadn't been caught making the call, but every time someone looked in our direction, I felt like they were wondering where we had been, what we had just done. We filed up to our usual seats. There was an excitement in the air, as if everyone was ready for something fun, instead of the same old fight with the addition of new faces. All around us, the usual conversations that I tuned out were replaced by speculation about what new types of magics Victor was bringing, and who would fight tonight. A few were even excited about the ballgame that preceded the fights. A wizard entered the arena, waving for attention. "They will be entering shortly," he announced before hurrying back out. I shifted my weight, casting an uneasy look at Daniel. He grinned back weakly. All at once, I caught a strange, strong sense of confusion from Tethys. Very strong. Even after 6 months, it was second nature to focus my attention on our bond. Instead of the strange fuzziness I expected, I was met with a rush of emotions. Clear, powerful emotions. My mouth went dry, as I easily zeroed in on his direction and distance. I went rigid. Joe? Daniel asked in alarm. He's here, I choked, unable to believe it. For a moment I was overjoyed, but the feeling was replaced by growing horror. It was no coincidence Tethys was here now. Not on the night, not at the same time the new members were arriving. His confusion was evidence of that. He was with the new members. Now, he was just as trapped here as we were. Who? Daniel demanded quietly. I shook my head, unable to speak. I could sense him drawing closer. Still a jumbled mix of confusion, excitement, joy at being able to sense I was okay, alarm at my emotions. Who is here? Snarled Daniel urgently. I didn't answer. I turned my head slowly to the door. I could sense him behind it. My hearts were pounding, and I felt myself trembling as the door opened. Victor strode in, flanked by Anthony and Singe. A couple of unfamiliar, curious faces followed them, and then I let out an involuntary whimper at the sight of him. I heard a stifled gasp from Daniel, and knew he had seen Tethys too. Holy shit, he moaned. Oh no. My eyes stayed locked on Tethys, and he followed the group to their seats across the arena. He easily found me, and our eyes met. He smiled weakly, obviously torn between his relief at finding me and concern at my increasing panic. Nevertheless, I smiled back. I couldn't help it. I actually jumped in surprise as a curse burst from Daniel. Then jumped again as he sank his dinner knife an inch into the table. I forced my gaze away from Tethys. What? My question died as I turned to look at Daniel. The color had drained from his face, and all traces of blue was gone from his eyes as he stared across the arena, mouth agape. No. He choked, shaking his head slowly. No. I looked back, scanning for what Daniel had seen. Did it take him this long to realize Tethys was... Oh. The air felt like it had been sucked out from the room as I realized Tethys wasn't alone. Of course he wasn't. Why would I have expected Charlie to just let Tethys try to rescue us by himself? I heaved a sigh of despair and reached under the table to put my hand on Daniel's leg. He grabbed my hand instantly, clenching it so tight it hurt. The audience burst into applause as Reeve appeared, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from Tethys and Char. Waiting to find out who would be called in each fight was agonizing. I vividly remembered my fear and confusion on the first night here, as I slowly realized the fights were real. How would it have felt to watch them, seeing someone I knew, someone I cared about, in the arena? It was a relief when Daniel and I escaped another night of fighting. The moment the fights were over, Daniel and I rushed for the back stairway that would lead to the area the new members were able to explore. We paced around in the same art room we had gone to 6 long months ago. I could sense Tethys heading right for us, and could hardly stand the wait. It seemed to take forever. But then, he was there, opening the door. You fucking idiots! Daniel exploded. He hurtled across the room and practically crashed into Charlie, pulling him against him. Why the fuck are you here? You... He broke off, and kissed Charlie soundly, before burying his face into Charlie's shoulder with a sob and a muffled curse. Charlie wrapped his arms around Daniel and hugged him hard. Then a werewolf twice my size lifted me clear off the floor swirling with emotions. I hugged him back, just letting him feel my relief and my fear instead of voicing it. "We have to go," I said after a moment that was far too short. "We don't have long. Tomorrow they'll ask you to go or stay." "Stay. Tell them you'll stay. They'll kill you if you want to leave."
"Bloody hell,"
Tethys groaned. "We have to go to our rooms. We're locked in tonight, but we'll find you in the morning," I promised. They both nodded. None of us wanted to be the first to move. I could hear footsteps in the hall. "Come on," I said softly to Danio. He gave Charlie one last kiss, then reluctantly turned to follow me. Neither of us spoke, even after we got back to my room. We both settled in wordlessly on the bed. I couldn't say how long we lay there in silence, until Danio broke it.
2 weeks. We waited for 2 fucking weeks.
He choked.
Why the hell did we wait?
We were being cautious, I said, voicing the same argument I was having as I guilt-tripped myself. If I had sensed anything from Tethys that made me suspect he was gearing up for something. "At least you get to see Charlie," I offered.
"Honestly," Danny murmured, "I'd rather never see him again and know he's safe someplace, and not here. Anywhere but this fucking madhouse."
I couldn't argue. I was briefly jealous of their reunion, and found myself wishing I could see Jen. But he was right. I'd rather not see her at all than have her a prisoner here, too. "Maybe now," I said. "Maybe the 4 of us can find a way out."
"Maybe," he sighed.
Then said,
"Even if they are here, we did get a message out. If we can't escape, we can hope we gave the others enough information to find us."
"Yeah, we can hope." We didn't see much of them the next morning, and it was torture. We knew we couldn't risk being too familiar with them too quickly. Instead, Danio and I watched from afar as Alaria came to collect them to meet Reeve. I signaled to Tethys to find us, and Danio and I headed up to my room to wait. All at once, I sensed a sudden surge of panic from Tethys, and whirled in the direction he was in.
"What?"
Danio demanded, yanking out a throwing knife. I don't know." I frowned, focusing on the feeling. It was suppressed now, but still roiling under the surface. Something had Tethys worried.
"Scared. What happened?"
Danio pressed. "I don't know." I waved my hands helplessly. "He's upset about something."
"Could something have happened to Char?"
"No. Something is just—" I shook my head, baffled. "It's wrong."
"They're with Reeve now, right?"
Danio asked.
"And Victor? Do you think they've been caught?"
"I don't think so." I bit my tongue and concentrated on curiosity. A sense of calm, a gentle fingernail poke in my palm. Whatever it is, it's okay. For now. Yet despite the reassurance, something still had Tethys on high alert. Danio frowned and returned to pacing, a bit faster than before. "They're coming," I announced in relief a few minutes later. After another, much longer, more relieved exchange of hugs, greetings, and a few curses, we were all settled down. "Teth, what's wrong?" I asked.
"That woman with Reeve. The witch,"
he said.
"Alaria,"
Danio said.
"She's the one. Oh, right. You never got the message, did you?"
"Message?" Char asked. "We called," I told them grimly. "Yesterday." They both sighed.
"We didn't get it, obviously,"
said Tethys.
"But—"
"Well, we think Alaria is up to something,"
Danio told them. A strange surge of emotions passed through Tethys.
"You got that right,"
he growled. "You know her?" I said in surprise as I realized it.
"I seen her."
He shook his head.
I didn't recognize her until this morning.
Well, who is she? Daniel asked. Tithys was quiet for a moment, filled with a rush of fear. You're afraid of her, I whispered. Why? He raised his eyes to mine, then glanced at Daniel and Charlie.
That witch, Adira? That's not her name.
He swallowed hard.
She's not a witch.
Then what is she? Daniel demanded. Who is she? I asked at the same time. T.S. took a deep breath, and, as if he was afraid she would hear him, whispered.
Alaria.
This has been Magic Conquered, Rise of the Arcanist. Book 7 in the More Than Magic series. Written by Elizabeth Kirke. Narrated by Nicholas Cain and Amanda Day.
This audiobook is a Mercs with Mikes production.